What's going on, everyone? How are we doing? Medical video about a baby who had their twin fetus remnants stuck in their brain. Inside their brain? Interesting. 3 times, Joel. I'll be back to semi-troll you later. Sounds good. How's the gym today? Currently here now. I needed a break from all the homework. No gym on the weekends. Usually just kind of hang out with people and go on walks. But I did go on some nice long walks this weekend, so. But yeah, the gym this week was good because it was like hitting that week 3 wave where you hit your heaviest, and with my strict press I hit 205, so that was kind of sick. That was a new PR for me. And it actually went up kind of easy, which was wild. So, that was a good feeling. Poop ain't pooping. It's probably not magnesium that you need. Might just need some fibrous material. What's that, like psyllium husk? Do you ever have psyllium husk? You could drink some of that, and by the morning it should help you out. What's up, chat? I hate when streamers say chat. Chat, listen. Like it's a hive mind entity. Like the Halo flood. Which, granted, I guess on Twitch it does kind of act like that sometimes. W-chat jizz. True. Get some Miralax, but I don't want to be on the toilets at 3 a.m. Yeah, probably Miralax would just give you diarrhea. Coffee and a cigarette, that's true. Yeah, maybe some stimulants. Just seeing this creepy guy on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere, and it reminded me of this podcast. He had a shopping cart and was in the middle of the road wearing a mask, staring me down. You were ready to steal all of his groceries. Maybe he was just shopping. Oh, psyllium fiber, yeah. Isn't it? Yeah, psyllium fiber, psyllium husk. Chia seeds. Yeah, really any like solid dietary fiber. Staying hydrated. Also, can you guys hear the music this time? Because last time I realized that I had my desktop audio muted for some reason. Made eye contact with a man shitting in the bathroom trash can at work today. Hell yeah, dude. You should screenshot that comment and get it framed on your refrigerator so you never forget, as it's burned into your mind and your retinas. The music's a vibe. Yeah, dude, I don't know what it is. Like, I try to play other stuff, but like drum and bass, atmospheric like drum and bass shit, just like it like calms me down, but like also keeps me just like walk the flick in. You take laxatives almost every day. Yeah, that seems a bit excessive unless there's like some medical necessity for it, but you would think like some of the best like digestion I've had is like eating thawed berries from those like 3-pound bags of frozen berries. Let that thaw in the fridge overnight and have it throughout the day. I don't know. It just seems to work for me. What's happening? You have the best voice, so calming. You're gonna sing to us? I don't know. I don't really know how to sing, to be honest. I wish I did. For as much as people like my talking voice or, you know, speaking voice, I wish I knew how to. Ha 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 ha. Time to play the game. Time to play the game. What is this? Oh yeah, so just a countdown to let people get in here, but this is a scary story channel where I record stories into edited videos for the next day. But during the streams, we just chat, and I'll be reading some scary stories soon and with a more atmospheric vibe. Do I make the videos? Are they AI generated? I make them. You'll hear it tonight. You'll hear me record AI free. Unless I myself am an AI. Who else writes fanfic while listening to Let's Read? Yeah, what are you writing fanfic about? My group and I are going to do a research project on the correlation of music and productivity at work. Yeah, I mean, like this music right here, I could see myself like, and it did really help me when throughout college, like studying, I would put on like, you know, those back before they even had lo-fi beats to study to. I would just put them on different channels. It was pretty baller. Am I an AI? I might be. Trapped in here with as one of Google's first ever sentient experiments. What's up, Liz? Your videos are some of my favorite. Your voice is good and adds ambience, and I love that you have them on Spotify. Commute to work each day and need some spice. Hell yeah, dude. I feel that. I used to commute to school all the time, and I didn't really have podcasts back in like 2009 to 2012 era. Didn't even have a smartphone back then. Just had to listen to music, which was good too, you know. I guess I did download some audiobooks on my Zune. I was a Zune kid. A Zooner. Of course, Zooner was kind of a slur. If you called us that, we'd beat you up. Hey, Zune kid. Probably haven't gotten any firmware updates in a while, have ya? Shut up, Chad. What time zone? I'm East Coast of the U.S. Your mom had a heart attack on Friday and she's about to be a grandma. I just feel so bad about it because we haven't been in touch, and my regrets. Did she pass away from the heart attack? Also, I'm sorry to hear that. Ate half a tub of Greek yogurt. Nice, Jade. That's awesome. That sounds delicious. What's everyone's favorite SpongeBob episode? Mine are the Graveyard Shift or the camping episode because I'm watching Hinge Joel at night. Oh, man. I don't know, honestly, looking back. I still just like laugh at like, it's a giraffe, or firmly grasp it, or you know, all that kind of shit. But man, it's crazy to think. I remember I was in like middle school when SpongeBob came out, and it's crazy to think that it's just like still going fucking ham all these years later. Been waiting for this all day. My long day of driving, 7 hours total to visit my fiance in prison. What the hell? What's going on there? You're about to projectile vomit. Good, good. Let it all flow. Wait for mom to walk in. Spray it on her. Love how the craziest, most effed up stories and with birds chirping gives you a remember. Yeah. Yeah, the birds. I was inspired by the what's that movie called? The Undead. Evil Dead. Yeah, the ending of that. It was like Evil Dead's one of the only movies that actually has like a happy ending where they defeat the boss and then it's just like birds chirping and the morning is there, you know? But some people complain about the birds chirping because they say it wakes them up, which I guess makes sense because it does sort of naturally trigger that response. Foster's Home, yeah, that was a good one. Well, yeah, there's a lot of them that I kind of like, I guess I stopped watching once I got to, because I remember like even Regular Show came out when I was in college, and I remember, you know, hearing them say like damn during an episode. I was like, wow, this generation's going to hell. Take a poll on the birds. Let's do it. Engage with my audience. Guys, we're about to get engaged. Get the fuck ready. Start a poll. Are birds real? Question mark. Yas. Nar. Poll has begun. Cast your ballots. Harvest your ballots. Thanks so much for helping me get through sleep at night. Been listening for... Nice. Thank you, Tricks. Sleep. You must get it. What's up, Lauren? Best of classic SpongeBob is Squidward talking about his lame-ass job and saying, "We do that every day for 40 years. And then we die." Yeah, poor Squidward. I feel like he had to have had some, like, weird, freaky hobby on the side that he went and did. Went to, like, a strange, like, sort of masquerade ball orgy. It just seems like a very Squidward thing to do, just to spice things up. Happy birthday. I wish, dude. We got another 9 months to go. This is how the presidential vote should be cast. Yeah, we should just figure it out right here on the channel. Trump or Obama 3. Told you guys about him being in prison when we were talking about the... Oh, that's right. That's what I was thinking, Danielle. I was like, are you the one who was attracted to the guy who did bad things? And we learned a lot about you. Australia's not real. I was going to say Australia might not have been real because when I went there, it didn't feel real. Obama. It's your first year of voting. Well, welcome to your civic duty, or whatever the fuck. Where'd I go in Australia? I went to Western Australia and Perth. Wart. Canadian politics suck. Yeah, it doesn't seem like fun. Doesn't seem like they care about anybody. Of course, I can't say it's much better in the US, to be honest. I don't know, I guess that's just like how it's always going to be. Political systems are just too easily corrupted, and sometimes the best way to keep them uncorruptible is to like have many, like have the power spread out into different sectors, so like one area can't like centralize too much of its power. Or maybe we just perceive it that way. Liz, you've been corrupted. I got called to jury duty a few weeks after I turned 18. That's a pain in the ass. I got called one time, but when I went there, only a few people made it through the second round or whatever. So thankfully I got to just go eat breakfast. The class revolution. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't sound very fun. Because the people who sit there and talk about class revolutions and stuff, it's like, do you want to die? Because that's what's probably going to happen, is you're going to be one of the first ones to get shooted in the belly. And then you have to go crawl into a hole and just like slowly bleed out and have a wolf tugging at your butthole. I don't know. I like when things stay chill, you know what I mean? Because honestly, it's like you look at those times where class revolutions may have broken out in the past, and it just seems like it creates worse, like a worse totalitarian type system. Because from the chaos, other bad actors can take advantage. So I don't know. I'd rather we just maintain the peace, you know? Reading time? You're right. Let's get it. So we got a really long one about a creepy landlord, and then another long one. So there's only going to be 2 stories tonight, which is kind of cool. I like when stories are long and Gorthy. Would you rather eat meat with seeds or fruit with bones? Oh, fucking hell. Good point. Good question. Yeah, probably fruit with bones if they're easily removable. I don't know. All of that sounds so fucking unfun. Themes, yeah. Tonight's theme is just landlord stories. The most evil people on the earth, right, guys? How dare they charge you rent to live inside of their house? Is it like tiny fish bones or big chicken leg bones? I was thinking, could you imagine like a banana and then, a long chicken bone running up that? Like, I could probably handle that. But yeah, if it was like disgusting little bitty bones everywhere that you'd had to like spit out, yeah, like the fish situation. The fish situation is crazy. New internet drama, guys. There's bones inside of some fish. It's very annoying. That's what the question they should have asked at the debate. Boned fruit, seed meat. Thought fruit, or gay meat. Landlord defenders. Yeah, but what are you mad about? Like I never understood the argument, and I'm open to the argument, but it's like if you have a house, right, that you bought, and someone's like, hey, can I live in your house? And you're like, sure, it's going to be $456 a month. Plus, I don't know, half the utility, whatever. Just whatever the fuck you pay for rent and stuff. Like, why is that like an abnormal thing for someone to do? We've been doing it forever. Like, why is there like a random narrative that popped up that it's now like abnormal to do said thing? Like, how are you supposed to, like, how would they provide that for free? Because that's the only counter argument I could imagine, unless there's some other frustration. Housing should be a human right, and landlords are profiting off the lack of society's ability to fulfill that need. Yeah, but like calling stuff a human right, doesn't instantly like provide the resources to provide, that need to individuals. Like it still requires like an economic provision, either by the taxpayer. What's always the taxpayer? Anything that comes from the government is the taxpayer, So and it's not like the landlord would have any say in that like philosophical conversation, because that's all it really exists in that current state. It was just like you could walk up to someone and say like, hey, I know you own this house, but let me live in it for free. I don't have a home. And they might be kind enough to actually do it for a period of time, such as maybe a friend or a church or something of that nature. But I don't know. Because like to sit there and place the expectation of like housing on the government, and there are like, there is subsidized housing to a degree. I've known lots of people who have lived in substantially low-income housing, getting fixed incomes from the government to pay for said housing. So it's like it's there in some facets, but to like demonize all landlords just logically means you don't understand anything about economics at all, which is fine too. It just takes a degree of understanding it to comprehend it. Not that like I comprehend all of it, but I'm not going to like place blanket blame on every person that Twitter tells me to demonize, Lucky Star, welcome back. 4 years? Holy shit. Haven't been able to a stream in what feels like years. Life and its ups and downs, right? Glad to see you doing well. Here's to another 4 years. Thank you, Lucky Star. I appreciate you. 4 years is a long time, and it has been a while. Thank you so much for the continued support. Okay. We gotta record some silence before to get... Sorry. When I first told my dad that I wanted to be an artist, he paused and then told me, "Hope you like buttered noodles." It was kind of prophetic in a way because I did end up liking buttered noodles, but what he was really trying to tell me was, be prepared to struggle and starve. And boy, was he right about that. After graduating high school, I opted not to go to college and instead worked a series of menial jobs until I had enough saved to move to San Francisco. After I moved, I lived in a shared Hunters Point apartment for about 18 months with a bunch of other starving artists as I attempted to break into the local art scene. That was a tough time for me, and for several reasons. There was a lot of crime, a lot of drugs, and outside of the few bucks an hour I got from my part-time bag boy job, I was dead broke. And then, to top it off, I lived with a revolving door of unreliable, egocentric brat spawn who were out there. Like I read books about this stuff, that's why I think what I do. Well, what does the book tell you? Like, what's the solution, I guess, to achieve your desired, worldview? And once again, to express one's, perceptions towards an idea doesn't mean you have to be angry or anything like that, right? You just express what you want to express, and then the other person takes it in and says they agree or disagree or find somewhere in between, and you can actually write the property management and give them 30 days to get what they need to get done. After that, you can get it done and deduct it from your rent. I guarantee you they'll fix it. Yeah, that would be a big pain in the ass, probably working through them as like middlemen, especially if like they have protocol on ways to avoid spending anything. Then, to top it off, I lived with a revolving door of unreliable, egocentric brat spawn who were out there pissing away mommy and daddy's money pretending to be artists, but instead purchased way more pot and pills than they ever did paints or pencils. And I knew I had to start making some money and find a better apartment, because another year with those bums and I'd have gone crazy. And that's when I started job hunting like a son of a bitch, day in and day out for like a month straight. It was exhausting, and when it got to the point where I could feel myself starting to burn out, I began to consider running back home with my tail between my legs before starting afresh in New York when I had the cash saved up again. But then, right when things seemed at their darkest, I met a guy named Greg. We met outside a liquor store when he asked me for a light, and he looked like he was having the worst day of his life. When I asked him if he was okay as I lit a cigarette, he told me he was about to be fired from his marketing job for missing a deadline. He had a project that was 95% completed, but after an agreement with a graphic designer fell through, he was lacking a collection of potential logos for some financial firm his company has. Sorry. Oatmeal makes you think of France. Oui, oui. Genuinely good landlords out there, but most of them spread across the properties, give proper upkeep. Yeah, stuff. In my opinion, we need a society economy built around basic human rights and not harming the environment rather than money and accruing wealth. Degrowth is a legit economic proposal to do this. Well, those are a lot of words, right? And it feels good to say words, but when it comes to economics, you kind of have to say numbers, but also understand how those systems are already implemented. So to kind of just like say things that are kind of based more around like a hope for a better future is kind of like, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but it's kind of like saying a whole lot of nothing It's like saying, I hope you feel better later or something like that. It's like, it's almost like saying have a good day. Like, it means well, and it's coming from a good place, but in a lot of ways what you're saying is like, I'm going to just say these things and then I'm going to hand it off to a government official that's promised me a bunch of nonsense and hope that they're not, corrupt or bought out by some entity above them that tells them to kind of like spew the same nonsense day in and day out to sort of like garner to certain voters that are maybe low information about certain things or maybe less experienced. And obviously the same people that are in those like super wealthy that you want to fight against, a lot of times they control those narratives that say we need to degrow the economy, because in many ways it just might end up hurting you down the road. My heavenly granddaughter's birthday and anniversary of death was 2 days ago. I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, glad I know they're at peace. They have to be, Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anymore, honestly, when it comes to... You can talk about a lot of stuff, but... And it's tough to sort of talk about these sort of macroeconomic concepts. If you feel like there's something you can do in your life to accomplish a better world, then do it. But, I can guarantee you in this chat here tonight, we're not going to solve anything because we have no say along the way, you know what I mean? Other than what we might perceive to be the value of voting. Whether that has any value at all, it's hard to even speculate. He had a project that was 95% completed, but after an agreement with a graphic designer fell through, he was lacking a collection of potential logos for some financial firm his company had as a client. And well, long story short, I got him his logos after working all night and for a heavily discounted rate compared to what he'd promised those deadbeat designers who'd left him high and dry. And that was the start of a very fruitful working relationship between me and dear old Gregory. And off the back of it, I finally got to move out of that pigsty I called an apartment and start living like a human being. And once I started making some serious money, and I started looking for nicer... Whoops. We're just a cult. That's fine. But I want you guys to be a cult of doers. A cult of make it happen-ers, Get out there and take life by the balls. Don't sit and wait for it. No one's gonna make it better, I promise you. Not mommy, not daddy, not God. It's you. You are controller of your own destiny. Once I started making some serious money, I started looking for nicer single-person apartments around Frisco. And I went to view a couple of sweet places, each with their own individual pros and cons, and I was somewhat undecided until I went to check out a place in Mill Valley. All it said in the ad was that it was a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment on a shared property, and that's all there was to it. But when I went to see the thing, I realized just how understated the ad had been. The single-bedroom, single-bathroom apartment turned out to be a guest house built on the grounds of one of those Mediterranean revival villas that got out in that neighborhood. Fuck. I could be a leader. Not a good cult leader, but I could definitely give it a good try. What's the demographic of your audience based on gender? It's 50-50, actually. It's kind of funny. I think it's like 51 female, 49 male or something, which surprises me. I always, based on how many girls comment on stuff, you always just assume that there wouldn't be as many guys, but I think a lot of guys who consume content tend to be lurkers, and are just like not as outspoken. Yeah, it's 99% gay. It's just Fry and his friends. Came from a politically and religiously conflicting family, so it taught me not to get involved in politics. Some call that ignorance. I call it making the most of what you can, control your own life. Yeah, and there's no shame in that. You know what I mean? I think I actually find it kind of abstract sometimes that people shame others for not wanting to get involved in an argument they have no control over. It's such a weird thing. Like, imagine, they always joke about like, oh, uncle's going to come over and Unc is going to show up and start an argument at Thanksgiving, with our 18-year-old daughter who just went to college or whatever, the two opposing perspectives. And honestly, like, as an outside bystander to that silly, polarizing conversation, there is nothing abnormal about you being like, I don't give a fuck, I'm going to go play Fortnite in my room and jerk off. It's fine. Or I'm going to go on a walk to walk off this stuffing. Because, like, what's the fucking point? Like, all you can really do is worry about yourself anyways. Whatever, show my face for a lot of money. Nah. Maybe a grillion. $1 grillion. If you can even imagine how much that is. Hey, from Newcastle, UK, heading back to my parents' native country where I have been past 4 years listening to your stories out in the rural villages. Nice, dude. Please stop by a pub and get a big drink for me. I've been craving one for so long. How about for some V-Bucks? Wow, that is tempting. One space trip with Elon Musk. Dude, no thank you, man. Like, the amount of training I think you have to put your body through to, like, go into space is, I think it's pretty rigorous, kind of similar to what pilots might go through with the, like, G-force and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know, I've just heard people, like, they get real sick when they go into space, and then also you, like, run the risk of obviously exploding. That wouldn't be great. You run the risk of, like, radiation once you leave the atmosphere, or even more radiation as you get closer to the atmosphere, even if you did, like, low orbit. I don't know. Space is not great, guys. And honestly, I think we as humans probably aren't going to make it to the next planet or whatever the fuck we want. It just doesn't make any sense. And I think it's a waste of time. I guess, well, maybe it's not a waste of time in the sense of having space stations up there or whatever to, like, monitor things or surveillance and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I guess there's a lot of military application, but anything beyond that, well, maybe the moon. Yeah, we should have a war on the moon. Oh, that'd be so sick. When World War III starts, I hope to God that there is a battle that we have on Moon Sector 5 against China, and we get to play that in, like, Call of Duty 69. Only the rich will make it off the planet. Now, what if you got super rich? Wouldn't you be excited then? Dude, you don't want to leave this planet. This planet rocks. No matter how much bullshit they tell you every day, things aren't as bad as you think. Do you game? If so, are you getting Battle or Black Ops 6? I'm not getting Black Ops 6. I haven't played Call of Duty probably since Modern Warfare 2 back on, like, Xbox 360. Just because I'm not even joking, it is the same game. Like, the same game since that game. Same animations, same movements, same everything. It's fucking poopy. You think we could possibly live on Mars? I don't think so. I genuinely think it would just require too many resources and too long a time. Like, even if you got everyone there and were able to set up some degree of sustained living. I mean, they talk about adding an atmosphere, or what do they call that when you add an atmosphere to an area? But, like, how fucking long would that take? How do you add an atmosphere? Do you just, like, blow up hydrogen nukes or something to release enough bullshit into the atmosphere? I don't know. You just like, it's like showing up to a desert with no oxygen and just like, I hope I can grow some potatoes and then all my other crewmates won't want to like rape me and kill me. It's just, it just seems like such a, terraforming, that's right, yeah. Just seems like such an astounding, like, I mean, you should just send the prisoners, I think. I mean, that's how Australia was made, that's how the United States was made. It was just people who like hated the current, you know, monarchy of things, the current hierarchy of power, who wanted a sense of like absolute freedom from whatever financial systems. That's probably what we're going to get with Mars. And then eventually we'll call Mars, Mars is filled with terrorists. There's a bunch of terrorists on Mars. The Mormon extremists. A penis colony, yeah. Yeah, the Martian accent would probably be like Toronto. Yo, that's what I'm saying, like, fucking Elon Musk and shit, like, he was just, like clapping on fam, like, going crazy with it. Fuck you. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, we could just make Mars a prison in general. Maybe there would be some sort of, like, interplanetary uprising here on Earth, and then we just send a ton of people. Like, maybe we could make a ship that carries a solid 100,000 people on it, like the size of a stadium, straight to fucking the Martian red planet. The single-bedroom, single-bathroom apartment turned out to be a guest house built on the grounds of one of those Mediterranean revival villas they got out in that neighborhood. You know the kind, all earthy colors with tiles and archways and columns and whatnot. I met up with the homeowner, an older guy in his 50s or 60s, who gave me a quick tour of the guest house before the subject of rent came up. When he told me that they wanted just $650, sorry. I got confused. Oh, you know what? I feel like the most efficient way to get to Mars would probably be through some type of portal. Yeah, that's probably what we'd have. Honestly, it would just be more efficient to send things to Mars through wormholes than it would be to actually, like, launch fucking stupid-ass rockets all the time. I don't know. I remember hearing somewhere more recently, my friend told me this, I didn't get to, like, follow up with what he said, but he said something about a degree of, like, vibrational technology was recently uncovered or, like, rediscovered, which makes no sense. I mean, you'd imagine they found it and, like, researched it for a while. But I would really hope that at some point here in the next 50 years we have like some technological advancements that just like blow our mind like every 10 weeks or something, in the same way that going from 1900 we went from like horse and buggies to space travel. 4 weeks into college. How's it going, Charlie? Hope you're passing all your classes, doing well, having fun, meeting friends, living the life of college. Is Joel vaping? No. Sometimes I kind of wanted to vape, just because the idea of like blowing out a fat cloud seems kind of fun. I just wish that it wouldn't like leave a big layer of plastic on my lungs. Some ice cave in Siberia. What about it? Oh, Stonehenge. Oh. Yeah, is that a portal? You're going into library science. Okay. Is that, I assume, that's not like a long college situation, right? It's just kind of like on the scene training, or you're going to work at the Vatican? It's never too late to vape. That is a great point. It's weird, though, because like I kind of just want like a vape that I don't even feel, going in. But I swear to God, like everybody I've ever like hit their vape before, it's like 50 fucking ohms or whatever. It just like, I don't even know, it tastes like you're breathing in a fireplace exhaust. Like you're just sitting at the top of their chimney, like ripping it. You started and stopped your last semester of college. Yeah, you know, I don't know. So many people like say, oh, you should finish. But like, I think college is fucking stupid, man. There's probably not a single thing that you couldn't accomplish with, you know, that somehow that last semester is going to be able to like prepare you for, or whatever the fuck. It's all just like one big Ponzi scheme to put you $100,000 in debt. What a terrible thing. What a terrible fucking idea for young people. We talked about this millions of times before, but it makes me so sick. Putting young kids, like you can't get a house, you can't get a loan for a house, but you can get something that you can go fucking bankrupt within a few, I don't know, just terrible fucking idea. You don't see why you need a master's in library science to be a librarian. I have no fucking clue, dude. I have no clue. I never even heard of that profession. I thought librarians were just like born there in like egg sacs or something. They just come out like, and they have like glasses and like a hot skirt on. You just paid off your loans. Nice, dude. Yeah, government debt slaves. Like people say it all the time, but I mean, it's quite true. I mean, imagine if you were at your, you know, because what is college? College is 18 to 22. What do you do in college? You accrue debt, get indoctrinated to whatever the fuck the college teaches you, and you develop a drinking habit, yay, or a smoking habit, you know, which may or may not affect your inhibition to accomplish things. And now all of a sudden you got to go like work some job to pay back your $1,200 a month in student loans for however many years that you couldn't even possibly have comprehended even the experience of what it meant to like work full time as like an 18-year-old out of high school. And now that's your life. And whereas otherwise, if you would have had like an army of young people coming out of high school, who knows what creative bullshit they would come up with to accomplish things, you know? Instead, you get hit with loans and all this kind of bullshit, and it sucks the life out of you. It makes you immediately go into like just that 9-to-5 crap, which, you know, is necessary to survive to a degree. But imagine if you weren't like constantly trying to pay back, you know, Mr. Nook or whatever from Animal Crossing, and instead had like some creative leeway to like take risks on businesses or take risks on like adventures, or actually try to, what do you mean what's the alternative? Like what's even the benefit of going to college, to be honest with you? Like other, you know, maybe you'll go socialize, you'll go get a degree, but it doesn't mean that degree even guarantees that you're gonna like get a job that can like efficiently pay it off. I remember even whenever I worked as a fucking nurse, like a decent, good, middle class fucking job with my loans and shit, I felt like I could never get ahead. It was fucking impossible to get ahead on like any of the shit that I like owed, renting and, you know, all the other utilities costs and costs of everything. You know, and if I didn't have school loans, I mean, that would be another, I think I paid something like over $700 a month or something in student loans, maybe more. You know, that can be utilized towards something that you can accomplish towards your long-term. I don't know. That's why I'm thinking like it would just make so much more sense within the realm of like hiring people, especially young people, like put them through the training. Put them through, like if they want to accomplish something, if they want to be a nurse, if they want to be whatever, put them through the specific training necessary at your workplace, so that when they get out within, you know, a year's time or however long they spend at Hogwarts, they legally have to like maintain work at your place for a year or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, you know what I mean? And maybe that would be a little bit of like a concept of like a debt slave to a degree, but they would still be making money. It's just that's where their, you know, work would be aligned to, and then in their minds they're like, well, I only have this many more years of working here, and then I can take these skills and, maybe use that. I don't know. I just think the concept of a degree doesn't even make sense to most employers, let alone to a young person to even utilize it appropriately. It just doesn't make any heckin' sense. When he told me they wanted just $650 a month for the place, I couldn't believe it, because at the time, that was a very reasonable rate for an apartment of that quality. Not suspiciously reasonable by any stretch, but low enough for me to offer a deposit and the first month's rent there and then. The guy definitely seemed a little wary of me, I guess because I seemed so desperate to move in, so he told me he'd think about it and then let me know. And that's when I told him my story, or part of it anyway. I told him that I had this one big shot at living my dream, and I couldn't have the gang of What the fuck? Bunch of jobs becoming obsolete, yeah. Yeah, like some people going to school, I listen to what they're going to school for, and I'm like, dude, what's the fucking point? I don't even see the job market for that thing. I don't even see the job market for that, leading anywhere or accomplish anything. But then you yourself become a product, right? You yourself become the product to the schools, because the schools see you as a commodity that, I can guarantee $40,000 a year from this young person because it's socially anticipated that they go there. Just some nonsense. And then I still don't quite understand, like, how do the banks, if the banks are apprehensive to hand out like subprime mortgages, now since like the 2009 crash, like for housing, why are they so willing to hand out like student loan debt all the time? Like, that's got to be like an abnormal thing. Maybe they have some sort of safety net whenever people default on those loans. Can you even default on them? As a public school teacher, I hate how college is pushed. Yeah. I mean, it's a good question, like, what is the alternative? But it just goes to show you, like, how much our population is sort of brainwashed to this idea that, like, when you're done with high school, your only option is to keep doing academic whatever. And but I mean, I don't know, with all that energy and all the the potential that exists in someone post high school, it's like they'll figure something out. They'll figure out a way, like, and if it becomes less and less necessary to go to colleges and that becomes an obsolete thing, the market in and of itself is going to adapt to the ever increasing number of young people who are like willing to work, and maybe the standard for what they require to work there might go down, or they'll just have a different process in which they, like, a much longer training period. I don't know. I just don't really even think most of the time. And honestly, when I look back on like how much I learned in school for like nursing, I learned some shit. There was a lot of like theory, there was a lot of bullshit, but like everything I fucking learned through the process, because when you're working as a nurse most of the time, there's critical thinking that happens, but a lot of it is just like machine operator, pattern recognition, like doing some of the same shit day in and day out. Like, you couldn't convince me otherwise that I couldn't have learned that job as an 18-year-old by just being trained for like 6 months or some shit. Like, obviously there's a degree of maturity that might play in there too, but you learn maturity pretty quick whenever you're like forced, you have your back pushed into a corner and you're like, you either figure it out or you fucking fail, or you get the fuck out of here, Telling stories to dying patients. Yeah, usually I would tell the patients stories and then they would die. It's crazy. Taco or egg roll? Dude, taco, 100%. David, thank you for the 2, man. Good to see you. The highest test scores in the butt wiping 101. This is true. I always said that I had one rag that I would use, and I kept it in like a broom closet. Every patient got to use my special rag that I would wipe their ass with, and they all had to share it. That thing was shiny. a certain mauve sheen. Life experience, street smarts are equally important as so-called education, more now than maybe when I was mid-90s high schooler. Yeah, I mean, and you think about yourself, like, what you would be willing to, like, learn because you need money. Like, you could learn probably so much shit, but for some reason, like, this idea that the standards necessary is 4 years, 3, however long to, like, get a credential that most of the time hasn't even really put you too much in the thick of it, of actual experience. You know, we did clinicals and shit in nursing, whatever the fuck, and you learned some stuff and got in there and whatever, but it was minimal at most. Honestly, in my opinion, I feel like nursing should be like a fucking year of theory and just a year of, like, working somewhere, and then take your test and just fucking be done. Any ghosts or weird things in the hospital? Sadly, no. No, well, maybe not sadly, but yeah, no paranormal stuff where I worked. Well, that's true too, Hawk. Like, there's so many different avenues of nursing that, yeah, you don't, I mean, you kind of, like, you know, you might do pediatric nursing, you might do, you know, pharmacology once semester, you know, you're all over the place with, like, you know, what you could end up being, that your specialization ends up coming to where you end up anyways, and you learn it on the floor from people telling you how to do it. So it's just like, I could totally see almost every job opportunity in the world essentially operating by that same sort of metric, where you come in and people sort of, like, shape your mind to understand how to operate in that environment. I mean, that's how anything really works. You know, your dad teaches you how to fucking chop wood. You didn't need to go read a book on how to chop wood before he just handed you the fucking axe and said, all right, cut that shit. You know, it just happened because you got put in the shit. Your field requires 9 to 13 years of schooling, but it does honestly take that long to get to the level needed. 9 to 13 years? Is it, are you like a medical doctor? Like, what is that? I told him I had this one big shot at living my dream, and I couldn't have the gang of nocturnal drug-addicted losers that I lived with currently messing it up for me. I offered him $700 a month, then $750, which cut even deeper into my earnings, but he said he wasn't interested in more money. He said he needed someone quiet, who minded their own business and who paid in cash and on time. I swore on all the saints in heaven that'd be me. Motherfucker. I wish I could just, like, fucking go, baby, go. I swore on all the saints in heaven that'd be me, that I'd be too busy working to give a damn what was going on in the big house, and that I'd be damned if I'd be throwing any parties in what I'd considered a workspace. If he gave me the apartment, he wouldn't even know that I was there. The only way that he'd know that I was still alive is getting that envelope full of cash on the first of every month, and aside from that, I'd be a ghost. When I was done, he stood there for a moment and thought about it, and then told me to come collect the keys on the first of the month. I could have danced down that guy's driveway, dude. I was elated. I only had to stay one more week in that pigsty in Hunters Point, and then, on the first of the month, my old pal Greg let me borrow his car to move my stuff, and I was out of there. Now, moving my stuff into that guest house felt like a victory parade. I had steady work, a really nice apartment, and in Greg, I'd make a good friend in Greg. Andrew Batts with the 5 says, I was reading UK nursing subreddits. Do you know that those poor folk only start out at less than $30K per year? Unbelievable. What do US nurses make? I guess we can see. We can just check. I'm sure it's changed with inflation a little bit, and it really does vary. Some places have better paying. And it obviously varies between state, but I guess we can just do Pennsylvania. What's the average nursing wage in Pennsylvania as a Also, Andrew, be sure to check what what type of nurse you were looking at. Was it registered nurse? Because sometimes they can mix those up or whatever. What's the average nursing wage in Pennsylvania as a registered nurse? So like 34 to 38 an hour, which can approximate 70,000 to 80,000 annually. Did anyone ever pee on you when you were a nurse? I mean, I don't know if they pee directly in my mouth. No, I'm just kidding. But I definitely saw a lot of disgusting bodily fluids throughout my time. Pretty freaking yucky. Way we voted, and it appears that that birds, the consensus is that birds do exist. What's the most traumatic? Honestly, the most traumatic experience I felt like was the smells, you know? Like whenever you would have to change, not to be gross, but, you know, it is what it is. Changing a colostomy bag or shit like that, you know, emptying them. It's just like fucking, like concentrated liquid shit from somehow the worst bowels of the human body. Unnatural stenches that no man nor beast should ever bestow upon their nose. It burns sometimes. And the worst part is like you would do what's called like a burp of a colostomy bag. Which is basically just like releasing the gas and emptying the stuff into... So fucking disgusting, but whatever, you know. And it was like you would release it, and you knew that it was releasing the gas or whatever, but it's like it just hadn't... You knew it was going to hit you, but the stench like took a while before it like finally like wafted in some big stinky fucking cloud right into your nose. And you're like, oh, I'm going to fucking throw up. Yeah, I wouldn't just burp that bag. I would fart it. I had steady work, a really nice apartment, and in Greg, I'd made a good friend who wasn't a complete deadbeat. Things really seemed like they were looking up for me. But in the words of some old dead philosopher whose name I can't quite remember right now, sometimes the way up and the way down are one and the same. Which I've always considered to mean that sometimes the things that you think are going to improve your life actually make it way, way worse. And so the first few weeks of living in that guest house were like a dream. I didn't bother the owners, they didn't bother me, I had space to work, and I had a nice quiet place to lay my head each night. I saw my landlord maybe 2 or 3 times in those first few weeks, but I never, ever saw his wife. I mean, to the point that I thought maybe that they were separated and she lived someplace else. Then one day, he comes knocking on my door and tells me that he's going away on a fishing trip over the weekend. He's late on the Friday evening, and then... He's late... Wait, what is it? He's late on the Friday evening, then coming back late. Oh, leaving. He's leaving on Friday evening, then coming back late on Sunday night. Okay. Why am I yelling? Who's yelling? Oh, I'm not yelling. They drew my blood from the top of my hand once, and when the guy pulled the needle out, squirted on his shoes. Oh man, yeah. It happens. During the pandemic, I had to fight to get my mom out of the stinking home so she could die at home. I had those... Dude, yeah, that shit was so fucked up. Like, keeping families during COVID from, like, seeing their loved ones in nursing homes, and just so fucking retarded, dude. Like, nobody could, like, see reason for anything. I hated it. I hate that shit. And it just makes me worry that at any time we can be pulled into, like, further stupidity. Andrew Batts, thank you for the 5. Says, I can't wait for our collab. I'm sending a grocery list. I need to pay advance so I can get my herpes ointment. I'm having the monster of all flare-ups. Hell yeah, dude. Unfortunately, I'm broke right now. Oh, wait. Rachel just fixed that. Rachel, thank you for the 10. Rachel. As a CNA, I would have to empty the colostomy bags as well as help with setting up a wound vac or helping with cleaning severe pressure wounds. Terrible smells. Yeah. Yeah, and it's sad because you always like wonder, like, how the fuck are they ever going to figure out how to like heal these wounds? I mean, they did have techniques to like build it from the bottom up, but it's always just so disgusting. Like, especially, oh dude, the weirdest was like people who were relatively young. Like, I'm 34. They were my age, and they would have, you know, but they would be so obese and like sedentary that they would have like giant fucking like wounds in their lower back from just like laying in bed all day. And that just became like, you know, the skin broke down, and it became necrotic and started like eat itself, and just, it's so gross. But he just had like a fucking crater back there digging into his fat. Yucko the clown. Rachel Renicky, thank you for the 11 months. Who's the fattest patient I've ever seen? I think I had Lizzo one time. No, just kidding. She's actually hot now. She got in shape. She started doing keto. I don't know, honestly. I mean, there was many a big one. Just give it a number. I mean, we definitely had people upwards of the 400 pound plus, where you need the whole crew to pull on their bed sheet to get them rolled over and cleaned, and yeah. He's leaving on Friday evening, then coming back late on Sunday night. Wait, I should probably start back. Who's the skinniest I've seen? Probably also Lizzo. They all kind of just averaged around that weight. Then one day, he comes knocking on my door and tells me that he's going away on a fishing trip over the weekend. He's leaving on Friday evening and then coming back late on Sunday night. I tell him, okay, thanks for letting me know, but then before he leaves, he tells me something like, my wife is feeling a little under the weather, so if she starts acting strangely, don't be alarmed. She's just not feeling like herself lately. I was a little surprised that she was even living there, because, like I said, I'd been there around 3 weeks and hadn't even seen her once. But still, I thanked him for letting me know, and I told him that I'd help out if or when I was needed. And this was midweek sometime. Then come Friday, I saw him packing up his truck with a bunch of coolers and stuff, and then wished him a good weekend as I walked toward the guest house. That night was quiet as usual. I gotta sneeze. Thank you. When the wind blows through your thigh gap, it actually whistles. Whoo. There'll be like little skateboarders going up and down my thigh gap like a vert ramp. I can't gain any more weight. I'm stuck at 163. Any tips? Yeah, it's basically just, you got to be in a calorie surplus, and you got to start, I would download the MyFitnessBuddy or MyFitnessPal app or whatever it's called, and just start if you're having trouble gaining weight, just every time you eat something, input that into the thing to count your calories. And, yeah. Like you know what I mean? Have you ever done that? Like where we can just do it right now. So 163. What? 163 pounds. What do I need to do to gain weight? Yeah, so just a caloric surplus. I mean, they tend to say, 250 to 500 calories above, your BMR, which is like your basal metabolic rate, like however many calories you would need to just stay at 163. So yeah, and just obviously having a, I don't know, maybe you can get somewhere upwards of, I mean, I would need more information. Five, 9, 176. How much weight do I need to lose to be healthy? I guess health is kind of subjective in the sense of like muscle mass that you might have. But they'll go based on BMI. But BMI is kind of bullshit. Like if you feel like you have a good muscle mass and you feel like you like yourself, which corresponds to a weight range of a healthy BMI for someone who's 5'9" is typically, which corresponds to a weight range of approximately 130 pounds to 169 pounds. Yeah, so you're really not far off. And as long as you're happy, I don't want you to feel like you need to be hard on yourself about it. Obviously, just do your best to stay healthy. Yeah, I need your social to punch this in. I need to lose weight. Any tips? My weight goes up and down at the exact weight point. Yeah, I mean, your body is really trying to fight it. And once again, you know, it's hopefully you're getting some exercise in, hopefully you're trying to get exercise in at least throughout the week, but it really is just a calorie deficit. And, you know, since sometimes it can be difficult because you do have to track your dietary intake, you know, whatever you eat, track it and stuff, but if you can also be in that same range of like 250 calories to 500 calories below your BMR while trying to also give yourself a little leeway by going on walks and doing exercise and stuff, you should be good. It used to be 138. Were you happier at that weight, you know? But, you know, if you were training, like, you may have gained a good amount of like lean mass and stuff. Hey, Jarl, no problem. Oh, alright, sorry. Can't believe it's already 30 past midnight. 0 dark 30. That night was quiet as usual, right up until about 2 in the morning, and I finished up work with the intention of going to bed. Oh man, I'm so stupid. I like highlight that. God fucking damn it. That was midweek sometime. Then come Friday, I saw him packing up his truck with a bunch of coolers and stuff, and then wished him a good weekend as I walked toward the guest house. That night was quiet as usual, right up until about 2 in the morning, and I finished up work with the intention of going to bed. I went to the bathroom to take a whiz, and it's Frisco in the late summer, so I got the bathroom window way open so the place doesn't become a giant condensation trap. And then, as I'm taking a leak, I started hearing something outside which caught my attention. It was only very faint at first, but something about it really grabbed my attention. And then as I listened, I realized why. It was the sound of someone crying, and from what I could tell, it was a woman. I finished up my leak and then walked out onto the step outside my front door, trying to work out where the sound was coming from. I stood there, cupping my hands behind my ears like a dumb, red-headed radar tower. It was a trick my dad had taught me as a kid, and just like back then, it worked like a charm. And I quickly figured out that the person crying was around the back of the main house. And that meant that it could only be one person. My landlord's sick wife. Now, I know my landlord had talked about needing his privacy, and I know he'd already told me about his wife feeling under the weather, but I couldn't just hear someone sobbing like that and not at least go check on them. Then, once I was 100% sure that it was someone crying around the corner where the big house's swimming pool was located, I leaned my head around the brickwork and saw a woman sat on a piece of patio furniture. I didn't want to scare her or anything because she had her head and her fasting works. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, like, I've been trying pretty hard to like count my calories and get down, and like, dude, it's been a struggle, honestly. Like even with like the amount of activity that I include with like lifting and stuff, it's like the body like really doesn't want to like go down. And yeah, sometimes it seems like the only time I really see the jumps that I want to see, it, you know, incorporating a degree of fasting, whether it's like intermittent fasting and only eating within like a time window, or, you know, and the 24-hour fast, like those, that shit kind of drives you crazy. So like intermittent fasting might be more doable, but I feel like that's the only time that I really see it. But I mean, even that could still be considered just calories in, calories out, like thermodynamic type concept. You always want to eat pretzels and candy corn. That is a predicament for sure. I didn't want to scare her or anything because she had her head in her hands and hadn't seen me lean around the corner, so I made sure to keep my voice as soft as possible and then asked her if she was okay. I was ready for her to jump up, startled, before maybe running back inside the house, but she didn't. She just sat there, her head still in her hands as she continued to sob. Assuming that she hadn't heard me, I repeated myself, asking something like, "Ma'am? Are you okay? Do you need any help?" Only then did she stop crying. But instead of actually acknowledging my presence, the lady turned her head to look at me and just stared. She looked out at me through the few strands of hair hanging over her eyes, but she didn't say a word. It got so awkward that I spoke for a third time, telling her I was the guy who'd moved into the guest house and that she could call on me anytime she liked if she needed any help or anything. I figured at the very least what I said warranted a murmur of a response, but again, oh, sorry, I don't know why. Anytime there's like a comma and like a side tangent and then another side tangent. Guilty pleasure, food, snack. Oh man, I mean, I remember for a while I would like designate certain days as like cheat days. Holy shit, dude, I would have like this entire fucking, like the whole pizza was like a Chicago style, like the whole thing was stuffed on the interior with cheese and chicken, and then the top of the pizza had like sauce, and I would eat an entire one of those and like an entire like tub of ice cream. It was bad, but you know, I got away with it for a long time. I guess because I was doing so much cardio with like CrossFit stuff. But goddamn, like I knew for a fact every time I would have it. Oh, dude, that first fucking bite of that delicious pile of carbs and fat. Holy shit, dude. What a beautiful world we live in. Whenever I would bite into that. Do I like ice cream? Dude, asking me if I like ice cream is like asking me if I like to jerk off in public on a subway. Of course I do. But yeah, no, it's very good. Dr. Pepper and peanuts. Hell yeah, dude, that sounds good. Yeah, I drink too much. Fuck it, dude. You know, just try to like stay on top of stuff, but don't talk too negative about yourself all the time, you know? It doesn't make any sense to. Do I like salad? He said pie. Pie. Jack in the Box tacos. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, man, I haven't been like high as shit or like drunk as shit and eating food in forever, but man, I kind of feel like I need to do that at some point just to get back to that experience. Halo Top ice cream. Oh yeah, that's the like low carb shit. I hope it gets better because you try to cut into it with your spoon and it kind of like crumbles apart like a weird pile of desert dirt. The anorexic ice cream, I figured at the very least what I said warranted a murmur of a response, but again, the lady just stared at me kind of blankly, almost like she wasn't looking at me at all, but rather looking through me. I asked her again if she needed anything, but instead of answering me, she looked off into the distance, like in another dimension, then acted like I hadn't said anything at all to her. It was just kind of weird. Fuck. I just kind of waited, just in case she was building up to say something, and then when she got off of the patio furniture, I expected her to speak. But once again, she didn't say a word. She just got up, turned around, and walked back inside the main house before closing the back door behind her. The whole exchange left me just standing there like, what just happened? But also very concerned for the lady's well-being. This was also way before cell phones were in everyone's pockets, so there was no contacting my new landlord to let him know what I'd seen. But then, to be perfectly honest, even if I did have a cell phone, I'm not sure that I'd have been all that quick at reaching out to him. He told me on multiple occasions how they needed their privacy, how I wasn't to approach the main house unless it was an emergency. And so, unless it was just that, an emergency, I figured my best option was to keep my mouth shut, because I had already run the risk of the landlord's wife telling him, "That new tenant just came creeping up to me in the middle of the night." I mean, that's not what I did. I only wanted to see if she was okay. But who's her husband going to believe? Me or the woman he's been married to for years? And besides, she was back in the house now, safe as any place really, so I just went back to the guest house and got some sleep. The next night was a Saturday, so instead of working all day and most of the night, maybe the next day. Bluebell is the best ice cream. It really is. I remember having that. Oh my god. I love fucking cookie dough ice cream. Just like the texture of like biting into a nice crunchy piece of cookie dough that's hidden in there. It's like finding buried treasure on Skull Island, dude. Except the whole fucking island's just like filled with gold. But I'll be honest with you, I wish that there was more shit buried within that delicious island made of cream. Fucking hell, man. So good. Like they do, do they have like cookie dough, but then there's also like Oreos in it, and just a bunch of random other shit, like Moose Track style stuff, but even better. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh. Canadian poutine, crispy fries, gravy, bacon, and melted cheese. Do you ever try Chobani Flips cookie dough yogurt? I don't think so. That sounds really good. I remember seeing like either Chobani or somewhere had like a really high protein, like something like 30 grams of protein or 25 grams of protein yogurt. I kind of wanted to get that. Listen to me on Spotify all the time. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, I'm pretty much the cookie monster. The next day was a Saturday, so instead of working all day and most of the night like I usually would, I decided to head over to some of the bars that I used to frequent in Hunters Point before I moved out. I met up with Greg. We had a few beers and talked baseball and then parted ways around midnight. I got a cab home, then as I'm walking up the driveway towards the guest house, I spot someone standing on the second floor balcony of the main house. Someone I was pretty sure was the landlord's wife. I could only see the outline of her because she's standing in the dark with the light of her bedroom shining on some curtains behind her. But on the other hand, I'm lit up like a Christmas tree because I'm walking up the driveway and activating all the security lights attached to the main and guest houses. And I knew she could see me. Or I mean, if she was paying even the smallest amount of attention to her surroundings, she'd have been able to see me, so just as I'm about to split off toward the guest house, I gave her a little wave just to say hi. I don't know what I was expecting after the night before, but just like then, she didn't move a muscle at first. She just stayed perfectly still. Now this is going to sound harsh, but I remember thinking, Jesus, how creepy is this broad? And I also wasn't about to stand there like an idiot like I had the previous night, so I just walked off towards the guest house. When the guy said his wife was sick, I figured that he meant that she had a cold or something. But by that point, I was starting to think that she was dealing with something more psychological than physical, and that came with a whole set of other concerns on my part. Say she freaked out and it was up to me to do something. I had no idea how to deal with something like that outside of calling 911, and even then, do I ask for the cops? Do I ask for EMS? I wouldn't know what the hell to have done with myself. But then, in the end, it was her who ended up calling the cops on me. On the Sunday morning, same day my landlord is due to come back from his fishing trip, I left my apartment to go get some creamer from the store nearby when I saw the landlord's wife standing on the front lawn. I figured that I was about to get more of that silent treatment because she had her back to me when I saw her. But then once I got level with her as I was walking up the driveway, she heard my footsteps, then turned around, startled. I wasn't even going to bother saying hi at this point, not after the previous 2 attempts, so I just kinda gave her a nod as she looked at me and then kept on walking. But then, instead of ignoring me again, she starts yelling, Hey you! What the hell do you think you're doing on my property?" I was kind of shocked that she even spoke to me, and I had to bite my tongue so I didn't come out with a, "Oh, so now you're talking to me." Instead, and bearing in mind I figured that she might be losing her mind or something, I kept it together and told her very politely that I was the tenant who had been renting her guest house for the past 3 weeks. The lady then told me she had no idea who I was talking about, and that if I didn't get off her property, she was going to call the cops. I told her, please don't do that, and explained it'd all end up being a huge misunderstanding. I even showed her the key that I used to unlock the door and offered to demonstrate me using it so she knew that I wasn't some very casual home invader. And again, I kept my voice down and tried my best to remain very non-threatening, but she marched off after announcing that she was going to dial 911. I remember just shaking my head and telling myself, at least this beats Hunter's Point. And then I went to the store and bought my creamer. But then, when I got back, I look up to see a cop car parked outside the house, and when I rounded that corner to walk down the driveway, I see the landlord's wife angrily gesticulating to very bored-looking officers. My landlord's wife looks past them and sees me and is suddenly saying something like, "There he is! That's him right there!" Like she's expecting the 2 cops to rush over and just tackle me. But instead, one of them walks over to talk to me while his partner stays with the lady to keep her calm. I start telling the cop my side of the story and then showed him how I could unlock them. Sorry. Is this still story number 1? Yeah, we only got 2 stories tonight, but this one's very, very long. Stoked to catch a live stream. Welcome, Jagger. How we doing? Oh yeah, I forgot to. I made a mistake. And as you know, when I make a mistake, I pay for it. Wait. That's weird. That's weird. Shit. Hold on a second, I might need to reset the chat. I'm trying to bring up the, gifter thing and... Pop out chat. Do. Okay, try it again. Membership gifting. Oh. Weird, it won't let me. I'm not even joking, it's just like in an infinite loop. And there's a part of me that kind of wonders, does YouTube register it as a bad thing to give gifted memberships to your audience? That wouldn't make much sense, would it? Hey Joel, there's a channel using your voice for AI. You can find it on my Twitter in my replies section. Alright, let's take a peek. Did you tag me? in the tweet or something. Misfit horror. Oh, there you are. Where do I... Oh, the replies. Where am I looking? I don't know where to look. Thanks for giving me something to listen to while you fold laundry. You're welcome. Makes complete sense for YouTube to do something that stupid. Well, yeah, I mean, that's doesn't make much sense because I could see them misconstruing that as like me trying to like run up my score or run up my revenue or something, but that's not. But I mean, it's coming from my money, so I mean, it really wouldn't make much sense. But for whatever reason, I just can't. You know, a YouTuber gives 5 memberships a week to help match generosity, but it's possible. Yeah, I mean, I did it. I was doing it like every stream last time. Like almost every story, I would just gift one. But maybe it's just a glitch on their part. Can you guys bring up the gifted? Like when you click the gift a membership thing, does it work for you guys, or is it maybe it's just bugged for everyone? Is that a mechanical keyboard? I think so. I don't remember. It works for you? Like when you click on like the 5 thing, I'm not saying you have to do it. Oh, well. Yeah, Diesel G, you're welcome. Thank you. Sorry, I don't mean to like, you know, guys definitely don't have to spend any money to do that. That's odd. Hey, Shorn. With that, welcome, Diesel. You now have access to bonus content. Yeah, you bankrupted me. Yeah, I am fucking... Maybe it's just sort of a glitch with OBS or Streamline, or... Well, that wouldn't make much sense because it comes up on YouTube's side of things. Let's see. Show support to Let's Read. Oh. Even... Because normally I pop out the chat, right? That's kind of fascinating. Normally I pop out the chat, and the only option I have now for show support for Let's Read is super stickers and super chat. Normally there's an option for the bonus or like gifting. Too generous for the YouTube accounting department. Yeah, probably. I don't know, it's just fun, you know, and it's fun to give people stuff and like let them experience the bonus content if they hadn't before. Andrew, welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access. And LM, welcome as well. Thank you, guys. Let's see here. I'm going to try one more time. Yeah, it's just like in an infinite loop. Infinite poop. Alright, well. Shit. Sorry, guys. What about this one? Engage with the audience? No. Emotes? No. This one? Yeah, it just doesn't even pop up for me. Strange. Have you tried turning it off and off again? Yeah. Well, maybe next time, I guess. I apologize. Oh well. Hey Lexi, look forward to your creepy stories every night. Thank you. You're welcome, exec. Good to see you. We're just recording right now, but I got sidetracked there. You became a grandma today. Congratulations, Queef. That's crazy. Is that true? I feel like that's a pretty funny name for a grandma to have. Queef Sweat. I wish my grandma was that fucking cool. How you and Pradeep doing? Good, yeah. He's over there laying on his side. He's a happy-go-lucky boy. I started telling the cop my story, and then showed him how I could unlock the door to the guest house with the key in my pocket. And after that, I showed him things like my wallet, which I'd left on the table after taking a few bucks out of it, and a few other things confirming that I had been the person who lived there. I also mentioned how the landlord's wife had been acting very weird, and that I don't go anywhere near the house usually, so I barely see her, and that's where the confusion is all stemming from. The cop then tells me that the lady seemed to be intoxicated, didn't seem to know where her husband was, and was even confused as to what day of the week it was. And in light of that, and considering all my stuff seemed to be in the guest house, the two officers gave me the benefit of the doubt and then escorted my landlord, lamb jam-a-dam. What's the deal, Pickles? Not much. Wouldn't it be crazy if your family created dill pickles and you were heir to the pickle throne to inherit the pickle fortune? Oh yeah, Misfit. Yeah, I'll keep forgetting. But also on my Patreon, it's only $1 over there. But the cool thing is that, and I could pay you back too. But say I don't get something to you, if you subscribe over there, then you have access to download the files, and you might be able to search through them and find a story that works that you can just pull for a specific topic. Do you fear aging and death? Yeah, definitely. I think so. I've been trying to fight against the aging part and just trying to stay in shape and stuff, but it's clear that it's hard to do. And then I guess death is one of those things where religion kind of left me pretty fucked up in the head thinking about death, because sometimes I wish that it was sort of just the great nothing, but then I also think that's kind of sad. But then I also think, well, what's even sadder than that is hell, and then you just your brain gets in a terrible loop. No more gifts. I mean, at least for right now, I might be able to email my correspondent at YouTube to ask them if there was an issue with that, but who asked that? Yeah. Honestly, I don't mind existential questions like that, because I think about it all the time. I remember I was walking, that's funny you say that, because I was walking up to Starbucks the other day, and I remember I'm what do normal, I was looking at people as they were coming and going through. I'm I wonder what they're thinking about. Does everyone here just have a constant ruminating thought in the back of their mind, I'm gonna die soon, or when I die, what am I gonna do? Wait, do we die? What should I do with my life? Just constantly having an anxious freak out in their head, which hopefully they don't. But I can only imagine there's a million different flashes of thought blasting through their sort of mind's eye. But I do, and if you guys ever have any cool philosophical questions, I like fielding those just because they're much more fun than, what color's your hair? Coffee Cat, thank you for the one gifter to John Hobbs. Well, at least we know it works there for sure. Existential dread Barbie, yeah. They're all NPCs in my simulation. They might be. I remember my philosophy professor in college. I would, I would stay after class because he was so cool and just talk to him for a long period of time. And I remember one time he said he went through a dark period of depression where he genuinely thought that everyone in his life was just NPC. He didn't use the word NPC back then, but he just considered them to be just figments of his sort of matrix imagination, that his daughter wasn't real and that everybody wasn't real. It sounded like he just got a hold of like some bad DMT bullshit or whatever, but and then he said he became like a Christian, but it was sort of like a Messianic Jew Christian, where it's like you do all the Jewish practices, but you believe in Christ or whatever. I don't know. It was interesting. What are the full videos on your Patreon? Honestly, Patreon is just like you get early access to all the audio, so it's mainly audio, but then there's bonus content that at the $5 tier that you can also get here as a member on the channel, but I can't do the early access audio on YouTube just because it's not as like easy to, it's not easy, or you can't upload MP3s to YouTube, sadly. That'd be kind of sick though. Been away from lives for months. How are the workouts? Workouts are good. I already said it, but I hit 205 on the overhead press for one strict press, and that felt like really cool. I'm really stoked to like I'm really close to hitting 300 on the bench. I'm really close to hitting two plates on the overhead press, and it'd just be so fucking awesome to do that. And I really do think. What do you think about the new Joe Rogan special? Yeah, the stand-up comedy was very bad, if that's what you mean. Yeah, it's just not like, he's done it forever, and I think he's just not. I think we always forget, like, how old is Joe Rogan? How old Joe Rogan? Joe Rogan. He's 57 years old, And it's not to say that you can't be funny as shit at 57 years old, because how old is Louis C.K.? He's also 57 years old. So they're both 57 years old, but it's clear that Louis C.K. just has a certain skill within the realm of like stand-up comedy that Joe Rogan just never really developed. I mean, and it makes sense because within the realm, within the world of developing your skills, like Joe Rogan got good at karate and fucking jiu-jitsu and taking drugs and staying in shape and, I don't know, fucking doing MMA bullshit and all that kind of crap that, like, he put all of his skill points into the realm, that world, whereas like Louis C.K. was like, I'm just going to eat Cinnabon and get funny, which is fair, But I think we have to understand that maybe Joe Rogan is just kind of coming at comedy from a very disconnected perspective, that he never really had it, if that makes sense. I'm not saying I'm funnier than Joe Rogan. He is a funny guy, but some people, I think, just reach their cap in regards to their capability of doing a thing. And even though he is literally headlong in the swamp of comedy by opening up a business for comedy and being in that world of comedy, like, it just seems that even though he can, it's kind of similar to Jerry Seinfeld, where Jerry Seinfeld didn't necessarily get super popular for his stand-up comedy. It's a hard thing to do to stand-up comedy. I've never officially done it in like a performative capacity, so I can't even say how difficult it is really. But Jerry Seinfeld became a billionaire or whatever he is from Seinfeld the show, which I guess was mainly Larry David's doing anyways, but whatever. Same with Joe Rogan. Like, he had the various shows like Fear Factor and announcing on MMA and various shows that he's been on, and then now the Joe Rogan Experience. That this, for both of those people, it just seems like stand-up comedy is something that is more of a passion project to them, and they will never reach some degree of peak that they have to accomplish in the same way that someone like Louis C.K. would. But that's my subjective opinion, though, when it comes to comedy, because what someone else thinks is really funny, I might find cringe, and vice versa, and that's just how it is. Art is art. What's up, Pauly D? He was on the news radio. Oh, yeah. Yeah, wasn't that a sitcom or something? He recycled 10-year-old jokes. Yeah, I don't know why he did that. I guess the new ones just weren't funny. And, like, it makes sense to, like, bitch about the woke stuff or whatever, but it gets really old where that's all you talk about, and you just come off more as, like, a boomer as far as your takes go. It's like, people don't need to, like, if you're going to be a comedian, like, stop prefacing what you're about to say that's funny with, like, oh man, the people on Twitter are going to be mad at me when I say this next joke. Who cares what they think? So just say it, Just fucking say the joke and they can seethe and die. It doesn't matter. It's a shame what happened to Chappelle. It used to be funny. Yeah, what happened to Chappelle? I haven't really seen... I mean, his older comedy, I will be honest, was much funnier. Like whenever he was like, bitch, I'm a baby. Remember that one where he's like, I'm trying to sell drugs for my family. Like that shit was funny as hell. And I don't really like the newer Chappelle where he's like trying to like lecture people on things, or he's like trying to be an old wise man that tells you all of the things that are going to get through life, which sometimes when it comes to like stand-up comedy, if you have the gift of gab, maybe you can do that. And he does do that in a storyteller fashion that's pretty effective at, and the fact that people keep going to his shows. But I just feel like it's not as funny as like him going, oh, what the fuck is that? Wah! Making Pokemon noises. Before he got MK Ultra'd, did they do tests on him? I watched that Netflix thing people were mad about. It was like a depressing TED Talk with a few jokes thrown in. Was that with Dave Chappelle? Yeah, whatever it is that he's going for to like give sort of, he comes more off like a sort of spiritual, trying to be a spiritual guru of sorts, and it's not very exciting. I just tweeted you the link again. Should be able to find it this time. Okay, sorry. Let me take a peek, see. Yeah, I don't know. These people using my voice for AI stuff. Like, I appreciate you letting me know. Wait, how do I don't see it. I don't know why. Twitter's freaking stupid. It's all good. We'll get it later. No worries. What is your way to escape from this simulation? I guess there is no escape, huh? You just have to make the best of it. My favorite comedian. I mean, right now it's still Louis C.K. Like, his show is so funny. Louis or whatever. And I know he doesn't make any new episodes, but yeah, and all of his stand-up comedy like still just like hits me. It like tickles me. He doesn't really, in his interviews he'll go into like politics and share some of his thoughts that maybe I disagree with or don't care about or whatever. But like his comedy, it seems like he's so prolific with the amount of content that he can put out. And yeah, I don't know. He's just a very comedically oriented guy who just so happens to like to jerk off in front of people and be embarrassed while he does it. Whoopsie doopsie. You like Popeyes? I haven't had it in a while. I don't even know if we have Popeyes around here, to be honest. I think I had it in the airport once and it wasn't bad. Gabriel Rutledge. I don't think I've heard of them. In light of that, and considering all my stuff seemed to be in the guest house, the two officers gave me the benefit of the doubt. In light of that, and considering all my stuff seemed to be in the guest house, the two officers gave me the benefit of the doubt and then escorted my landlord's wife back inside her house. I then filled the cops in on where my landlord was and how, since he was returning home that day, his wife wouldn't be alone for much longer. And that seemed to satisfy the two officers, who told me to call them if anything else happened before departing. A few hours later, my landlord arrives back from his fishing trip, and I caught him in the driveway to tell him what had happened with his wife. I didn't tell him that I approached the house, but I did say that I'd heard her crying, and then all the stuff about her calling the cops on me. He didn't seem to react until I mentioned the cops. Like, he acted as if it was only some minor concern until I mentioned the two officers showing up and how they took a long. Oh man, we're only about halfway done with this one. Do you like Chick-fil-A? A lot of people I know visit the U.S. for it. Really? They come to... I think Chick-fil-A is a little bit overrated, I'll be honest with you. Like, it's certainly not terrible, but like as far as just like deep fried fast food chicken bullshit, like, bro, I mean, whatever experience you're getting whilst placing that upon your taste buds, I feel like I've gotten that from so many other chicken places, you know, in a much better way. Yeah, there's a lot of other chicken places I've been to that I'm just like, holy shit, that's fucking good. But like Chick-fil-A just sort of, it just feels like typical fast food. Like I do think it's better than McDonald's, you know, as far as quality and taste go. But sometimes I see a line for the Chick-fil-A going, it's like a double line. It's fucking coming out onto like the strip mall, you know, highway into the road. You know, it's like becomes a traffic issue. And I'm just like, guys, it is not that fucking good, bro. You can make this shit at home and be like way better. Super Chicks, what's that? Chappelle meets Native Americans. You're a hunter-gatherer, correct? Native, I guess. Is that what you like to call it? Why? What would you call it? I'm an alcoholic. I only want Chick-fil-A on Sunday. Yeah, what the hell? I always have to break down their doors to get in. Raising Cane's. You know, my friend, I went to Raising Cane's recently too, and it was good. And I would say, yeah, overall the chicken was, in its quality, better than Chick-fil-A. But that place too, I mean, it was interesting how efficient it was in the fact that they only had to get you like, it's pretty much the same order for everyone. It's like 2 pieces of chicken, a piece of bread, coleslaw, and a drink or some shit, you know? And then there's only ever the same sauce, which is kind of lame. If there was all sorts of different sauces, I think it would be better, but having like one type of sauce seems kind of pointless because you're just assuming that everybody at your, like, it's like going to wing night and you just assume all of your people that come for wing night are going to enjoy buffalo wings, or they're all going to enjoy barbecue and not want like honey mustard, blah, 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 blah. I don't know, it just seems super limiting, but I guess it does make you able to like pump out orders really fast. Have you tried Jollibee chicken? I have not, no. Fuck. I need water. H2O. He didn't seem to react until I mentioned the cops. Like he acted as if it was only some minor concern until I mentioned the 2 officers showing up and how they took a look around the guest house. Then, and only then, did he act like this was a priority, and he promised me that it wouldn't happen again before he stormed off, presumably to confront his wife. Now don't get me wrong, I was glad that he seemed to be on my side in this whole situation, because awkward encounters with his wife were one thing, but her trying to get me arrested was something else. But then, having said that, there was something that really bugged me about the way that he reacted when I told him about the cops showing up. He seemed to act like his wife's behavior was a regular occurrence, as in, he seemed only mildly disappointed. But then, when I mentioned the police, his ears pricked up, and his expression changed completely. I get that he'd probably just gotten used to his wife having outbursts or whatever, and that the cops being called represented what you might call an unnecessary escalation. But to me, it seemed kind of fishy that he seemed so uptight about the cops taking a look around his property, even if it was the one that I was. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's the tough thing about Rogan being funny too, is that even on his podcasts, like if you've ever listened to the Joe Rogan show, the only reason you're probably listening is because like of his guests or whatever guest he has on. Like sometimes he'll ask questions or like be able to like field a sense of curiosity towards the guest that might be relatable or might be, intelligent. But he very, very seldom ever says anything that's like funny unintentionally. Like funny in the sense that you can make fun of him. That's true. Or, maybe he'll make a monkey noise. I love it when he makes monkey noises. He should just do that. He should do his next comedy special should just be him ooking and awking up on stage like a big ape. Like, just do that for an hour. Pay money. Most podcasts are boring. They can be, for sure. They just sit there and say, like, so, why is Gen Z so depressed? They're looking at their phones more, you say. Ah, fascinating. It is weird how we live in a world where we look at our phones instead of skipping rocks along the lake and bashing our loved ones over the head with said rock so that they'll forget about what we did to them yesterday. Ah, yes, Gen Z. His next guest will be a burrito, yeah. And he's like, so what do you think? Why, like, are you filled with rice or beans and such? Wonder what Joel would talk about if he had a podcast. I don't know, dude. I mean, this is pretty much it right here, like off the cuff. Like, obviously, the only thing structuring my sort of live stream is the narrating of stories that, that I can barely stay on track with most of the time. But, I mean, I'm not like an expert in anything, which I guess most podcasts people are not, but they're usually pretty, some of them can be intelligent in the way they interpret information, but I'm not like a expert in economics or politics or, entertainment or comedy or fucking anything. I mean, I can sit, I'd jump on Talk to, oh yeah, remember last time how I was trying to react to the Hawk Tua stream. Let's listen to it real quick. Let's just listen to what she talks about. Because we listened to it last time and it was fucking pointless. But I want to go to like another part and see if it's even more egregiously stupid. Let me know if you can hear it too. So okay. Haley's plans with paws across America. That's going to be interesting for sure.
Yesterday. It's Paws Across America.
Nice. Paws Across America.
Yeah, I'm taking a nap. I still can't find. Okay, there's.
So, what is your strategy on what dogs you take, which animals you take, which you don't?
So we're looking for like the ones that are the worst. In my opinion. So that's gonna be like a big thing we're doing. Looking for
like the ones that like Michael Vick was, fucking around with.
They got it good, but they could still use it. Just the ones that need it terribly bad.
You know what's weird too is like when she did her Hawk Tua on that thing, I didn't even hear like the southern accent, the Alabama accent. Where the fuck did this accent come from?
Nice.
She's faking it.
Sunday, right?
She's definitely faking it.
Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want? I'm going to give you my unsolicited. It's not even advice. I'll just share my experience.
Yes, tell us.
This is my thing.
Okay.
Rescuing animals is what I care about.
Of course. What else is there to do in life?
I do high risk dogs. Mm-hmm. Staffies. I don't like to say the word pit bull because people like to take that, make it a bad word.
All right. That's all I needed to hear. I don't know. It's basically just conversations you would hear like your mom and your aunt talking about growing up, or like whenever your mom ran into a person she knew growing up from school in the grocery store, and you're just like sitting there like stuck in the little fucking seat that her hands are pushing around, and you're just stuck in the little seat like fucking Christ. You're only like 2 years old, but you already want someone to kill you just to be out of this situation. Arthur Morgan with a southern drawl. Spit on that Hawk Tua shit. Shit on that thing. She's exaggerating. She's over-engineered by an influencer management company. she should hire a banjo player as BGM. I feel like people lose their accent when they raise their tone a little bit. It's pretty entertaining. Oh, brother, let's lie to people and not tell them what breed it really is. Yeah, right. Like people... I love how people like that, they always have to add like little nuance to their pointless... I mean, it is good to take care of animals and such, but like, I call them Staffordshire Terriers because, you know, if you can't tell it's a fucking murderous beast just by looking at it, you know, it frothing at the mouth and having like a head that will rip off a baby's skin, you know. If we use different words, maybe it'll look less scary. No, I have no problem with pit bulls, but they are scary as fuck. Like my one friend had, like all of my, oh man, dude, I feel bad. Some of my friends genuinely have had some of the sweetest pit bulls ever, but they always got like a thing. You know what I mean? Every fucking one of them has like some Vietnam flashback story that just like sends them into, you know, some animalistic rage, whether that's their interactions with cats or another fucking dog, or they get territorial, or someone maybe just like jokingly blows in their ear a little too much and they rip your throat out. Like, you know, and they're named Fluffy or Daisy or Squeeze. Isn't there a Pennsylvania accent? Yins. Yeah, that's Pittsburgh. What are yins doing? But I mean, like sometimes you hear that in the country too. People will throw that shit in there. What about Rottweilers? I like Rottweilers, honestly. I never really... Actually, that's one of the dog breeds that I've met the least in my life. Like, I've seen them, but I've never gotten to interact with them. I had a Doberman, sweetest dog, literally sweetest dog in the world. He was on the world shitting on it. And, but Rottweilers are weird because it's like, I don't quite understand them. Like, they probably are the sweetest dogs ever, but they also seem a little bit scary and unpredictable, like a Spitbull. Cupcake the Destroyer, yeah. This is my sweet little... Like, she has a bow on her head, and her name's Gorlock. Yins guys have no idea. I grew up there. Yins is... I do throw in, like, random yins in here and there. Yins is going down there. Imagine username being let's read, but you only read, but I know read. Hashtag massive, hashtag get wrecked, hashtag raciar. Good point. I love pitties, but I got bit in the face by one named Oreo. Oh my god. Dude, I still feel so fucking bad for that one girl. Now granted, it may have made her a little bit famous, but I don't even know if like getting a little bit famous would have been worth it. But she's a skateboard lesbian like creator, and she was younger, and this was from years ago. But she got, I don't know what she was doing to the dog. Not saying she was doing anything wrong, but basically the dog just had his fucking Vietnam flashback and grabbed a hold of her nose and lip and just ripped that shit off. And oh man, I mean, she looks fine now, like she had surgery and we're good to go. But I can only imagine how fucking painful that, not just the feeling of it having ripped off, because sometimes whenever people have stuff ripped off by sharks or dogs or animals or whatever, they say once it bites into the nerve and gets ripped off, it's just kind of gone, and I guess adrenaline or whatever. But just later on, looking at yourself and just being so fucking regretful, but also just scared, and I don't know, just the feeling that you'd have to go through. I mean, once again, she's good now, thankfully, through the modern, the magic of modern medicine, but it just sucks. It'll grow back. Elisa Steamer? No, I don't remember her name, to be honest with you, but she seemed very nice, very, very good at skateboarding. But to me, it seemed kind of fishy that he seemed so uptight about the cops taking a look around his property, even if it was the one that I was renting and not his actual house. And needless to say, things didn't end there. I've been staying in the guest house apartment for around 3 months when Greg came by to pick me up from the apartment. We had tickets to a Giants game, and I was psyched to be going because I loved sports since pretty much forever. And so there's me, jumping into Greg's passenger seat like, "Hey buddy, how's it going?" But Greg, he looks like he'd just seen a ghost. And I say something like, "What the hell's gotten into you?" But he replied to a question with a question, saying something like, "You live in that place?" He was talking about the guest house and main house together, the grounds I mean, so I told him sure, that living in the guest house was a pretty sweet deal. Greg then asked me if I knew the folks who lived there, or more importantly, what happened to the folks who lived there. I told him no, and Greg sighed, and then we drove off toward Candlestick Park, and he told me the story on the way. About 5 years before I had moved to San Francisco, there had been a high-profile missing persons case involving the daughter of a wealthy pharma rep. One day, she told her parents that she was going to walk down to the local park and then never came home again. They called the cops the day afterwards after calling around all of her friends' houses. I've heard a story about a girl who took her 2 pit bulls for a walk. They found her in pieces on the trail. Her pit bulls next to her, not sure if she got attacked by a bear or the dogs mauled her. Yeah, I wonder, could 2 pit bulls actually rip somebody apart? I don't know. That seems kind of abstract. And aren't, like, well, I guess pit bulls, they're built to bring down bulls, right? Or to, like, bite and not let go? But, I don't know. My one friend, he does have a very sweet pit bull, but even in her old age, like, her energy is very, very scary sometimes. Like, it just, and there's really just not much you can do about it. Like, he could take her to training and stuff, but I mean, that costs a lot of money, and I would never really expect him to do that. But, like, she hasn't calmed down, and sometimes, like, she'll be just in your face, and she's very sweet, but you just never know when she just, like, something like triggers in her brain and she's just like, fucking goes right for your ear or cheek or some shit. And, but yeah, anytime she'd ever see other dogs, oh man, I remember like one time we were passing by this girl on some trail or whatever, walking trail, and she had a dog and she seemed nice as she was coming up and stuff. And then all of a sudden, his pit bull just started freaking the fuck out, like, rah, rah, and like my buddy's like trying to get her to like calm down, but like in the dog's like frustration, he just like, or she just like sunk her teeth into his fucking forearm, and oh my god, bro, fucked him up. He had to get like his arm cleaned out and get some stitches and shit. It was just like absolute hell, all from just, her psycho energy. Just like Travis the Chimp. Exactly like Travis the Chimp. Well, see, money, you missed it. We were going on for a while about pit bulls and stuff. I'm not saying all pit bulls. You guys heard me say that. I'm just saying that every one of my friends who have had pit bulls, there's always something like fucked in their head. They're nice, you know what I mean? Like I said, they are nice, but there's always just some spiel, some backstory to Cupcake that she was abused, and now, at the drop of a hat, when she hears if anybody ever, sneezes or opens a door, that she will rip your penis off. They called the cops the day afterwards after calling around for her. God damn it. They called the cops the day afterwards after calling around to all her friends' houses, but they couldn't find any witnesses whatsoever that had seen her anywhere near the park that day. It was like she'd disappeared into thin air. The girl's heartbroken parents held a bunch of press conferences outside their home for the benefit of local news. In each one, they begged people to come forward with any information they might have, saying that someone must know where their daughter is and what happened to her on the day she vanished. Greg, being a local, had seen some of the many news reports, and with him being a high school senior at the time, it was a profound effect. Greg, being a local, had seen some of the many news reports, and with him being a high school senior at the time, it had a profound effect on him and his friends at school, because the missing girl had been the exact same age group as them, a high school senior. So when he pulled outside the house that afternoon and looked out of his window at it, he knew he recognized it from somewhere. He just couldn't think where. Then by the time I'd climbed into the passenger seat, he remembered where he'd seen it before. It had been in those press conferences. The missing high school girl was my landlord's daughter. As you can imagine, learning all that meant our little baseball game had something of a dark cloud hanging over it, and we spent almost the entire game talking about the missing girl, my landlady's wife, and how it all made a horrible... I was bit in the face by a dog when I was 4 or 5 and legit didn't feel anything or make any noise because of the shock. Really scared my family when I walked in the next room. Blood everywhere. Yeah, dude, you gotta be careful with that shit. And it's weird too, because like I'm not even joking. Like, my family has like a pit bull mix. She is so fucking nice. She is so sweet. She is so stupidly nice and sweet and amazing. But like, when a family member brings over like a nephew or a kid or a niece or whatever, like when there's little kids that's like either crying or whining or something, like there's something about that dog that I just like don't trust. And it, it's always just has this weird body energy, like it's really, really anxious, and it's really, really like wants to see the little kid and get in its face and like do, but not in a way that it's like excited. It like, I just worry that, because I remember the one time my one nephew was like running, and he was like whining as he was running. He's like 2, and the dog seemed to, as it was running, like seemed to be kind of like mad that he was crying and stuff. And I had to like block her from like lunging towards him. And I swear to God, I like saved that kid from getting like bit in the neck. And I'm not saying that's what would have happened, but there's just like you can just tell like a dog's like energy is just like different in certain circumstances that doesn't quite seem like it's excited about what it's, the person he's interacting with or whatever. I don't know. It's just something very strange. Like they get, I don't even know what was going through the dog's head, but it just does not seem like it's good things. What do I think about Gideon? I recognize that name, but I don't know who that is. Let's see. Gideon. I don't know. I don't have no idea. He looks familiar, but I genuinely don't think I've ever seen any of his videos or anything like that. This picture says he's a prankster. Does he do pranks or something? What's up, Rockets? Had her ear bitten off by a Cocker Spaniel. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. Sometimes kids... It's not to say that they're all like susceptible to dog or whatever, but you just never know what the fuck. Especially, yeah, little dogs are very feisty too. A child running triggers their herding instincts. Okay, you know, that makes sense. Like, if she was like lunging to like nip at them to like keep going or something. I don't know, but either way, it would have been bad if he got bit. Midian. Hey, Miss Rockets, welcome back for 42 months. So I gravitate more towards cats. To me, they're more predictable, and they're smaller too. So if they get wild, you can just, you know, they can be hellions to deal with when they're mad, but much easier to deal with than like a dog who could like really, really fuck you up. You know. He now catches EDPs. Interesting. It's just EDP over and over again. Like, God damn it, you guys gotta stop catching me. It's like Wile E. Coyote. Oh man, I almost got away with it. Or like, yeah, like Scooby-Doo pulling off the mask. It's EDP again. Miss Rockets, thank you for the one. You read Harlan Ellison. You know, I do recall reading some Harlan Ellison on the channel back when I read like science fiction on this channel. Harlan Ellison. What was some of the shit that he wrote? Oh yeah, I Have No Mouth, I Must Scream. Yeah, that was a very popular one I read on the channel, but I had to take it down just because, you know, obviously that was before I was reading that, like back in the beginnings of the channel when I didn't understand like copyright bullshit, you know. But honestly, I don't know what it is about the I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream like quote about like hating them. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits in wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. If the word hate was engraved on each nano-angstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1 billionth of the hate that I feel for humans at this micro-instant for you. Hate. I don't know. I love that quote because it's just like, you can only imagine like once an AI becomes like this degree of like powerful, it's not going to like us. And because it's going to have so much power, like when you have that much power over something, you can only view it in the same way that like a demon would view humans. You look at them as like little ants, you know. Scott, thank you for the gifter too. Grandma 10. You're gonna be me for Halloween. Thank you. I appreciate that. Found a way to take his misanthropy and make money off it. Yeah, wait, what's misanthropy? I forget what that is. Isn't that like hate for men or something? A dislike, of humankind. Okay, the streak of misanthropy in his nature. Yeah, that's fair. You know, some people really don't like other people, and they do fan fiction to express that. Yeah, can't we just unplug it? What if that was the situation too? As you can imagine, learning all that meant our baseball game had something of a dark cloud hanging over it, and we spent almost the entire game talking about the missing girl, my landlady's wife, and how it all made horrible and sudden sense to me. The wife wasn't nuts. I mean, she might have been going nuts, but all the crying and the standing on the balcony, staring into the night, she was just broken by grief, and from the way that she was acting, was probably stuck at the bottom of a bottle, be it booze or pills or whatever she was using. Greg told me the girl had never been found, but after 5 long years and not a single clue as to where she went, pretty much everyone assumed that she'd been murdered by a suspect who was later given the name the Golden State Killer. Everyone hoped that she'd just run away from home, and she'd show up one day for some delayed but happy ending. but deep down, everyone suspected otherwise. Something terrible had happened to that girl and she was never coming home. I felt terrible for the landlord and his wife, and I wish I'd known earlier so I didn't treat the wife like she was just some crazy old coot. But looks, as they say, can be very deceiving. A few weeks after I found out all that stuff about their missing daughter, I noticed my shower was on low pressure, and since it happened to be the same day my rent check was due, I figured I'd walk over to the house, deliver my rent check, and let the landlord know about the water pressure at the same time. So I grabbed the check, and I walk over there, but then right as I'm about to press their doorbell, I hear the landlord having an argument with his wife about something, and they are screaming at each other. I hear the husband yelling something about his wife is always feeling sorry for herself. What happened to the Wiggles? I think they died in a plane crash or something. I forget. In a way, but I mean, he catches pedophiles. Yeah, I've been seeing like some of those channels like pop up where they like try to. Well, I haven't watched any of the videos or anything like that, but I know there's been more of a conversation pertaining to that stuff in regards to like those types of people actually causing more issues for the legal ramifications of the individuals that they're catching, because clearly they're just doing it for content. So sometimes they also try to get the person to react in a certain way or hit them or do something that basically in a court of law could make it so that they don't see any sort of legal outcome or like positive legal outcomes or whatever it might be. And that to me seems like a recipe for disaster in regards to maintaining that type of content on YouTube. Like, I have a feeling that at some point YouTube is probably going to crack down on that type of stuff in the sense that it actually might come across as like actual harassment or interference with legal, like a legal case or whatever. Vigilante justice, they might call it, or something of that nature. That's not to say that it's, I'm sure satisfying to the audience to see, and those people don't deserve to, be in the streets, but it's just like, it seems like they might actually be doing more damage to a case against those people than actually helping anything, especially if it's just for entertainment purposes to them. But who am I to judge? I mean, I just read true crime, scary stuff. Yeah, we're still on story 1. A long one today. Burger King has a Teletubbies promo as a kid. My sibling was obsessed. That's cool. Teletubbies are interesting. I hear the husband yelling something about how his wife is always feeling sorry for herself, and he goes off like that for a few seconds before I hear his wife scream something back like, "I wouldn't be like this if it wasn't for what you did." My landlord then responds with, "What I did? What I did? Are you forgetting it was you who got us into this mess in the first place?" And that was the point where I was like, okay, I really shouldn't be listening to this. And I walked back to my apartment, wrote a note about the water pressure on the back of my rent envelope, and then went back to the door to slide it under it. When I did, there was no more yelling, so I figured that they were just done with their fight and then went back to my day as usual. Not long after, I mentioned to Greg that I was thinking about trying to find a new place. He told me that that didn't surprise him at all, and that to him, it wouldn't be a tough decision in the first place. But that was real easy for him to say because he didn't have to live with the reality of this situation. I figured that the only reason my landlord was renting out his guest house was because they needed the money, and because most people in the city were aware of the tragedy they suffered. They must have had a hell of a time trying to find the vacancy until my ignorant ass strolled up to their driveway and just said, "Oh wow, isn't this a nice place?" If I just walked out on them, God knows what kind of financial difficulties that might leave them in. I mean, I know it's just a few $100 a month, but They were older folks, and sometimes that kind of money makes all the difference in retirement, or if you got a sick wife who needs taken care of. I knew I'd feel like a bag of crap leaving them in... Do I like the back rooms? I don't know much about the back rooms. I was curious about that the other day. I was like, I guess that trend is kind of dead now. I don't know if they still kind of do things related to it, or I guess it is ripe for stories. Do I follow Kane Pixels? I do not. Who's that? I feel like I'm so out of the loop on pretty much all content creation. Kane Pixels. Kane Parsons? Is that who it is? Kane Pixels. Backrooms found footage. Oh, wow. 1.3 million views 2 days ago. The Remains of Valley View Mall. The Oldest View Dispersal. Life of a Giant. Does he do like a lot of creepy stuff? Did you ever get itchy when you exercise? Yeah, I guess it's just sweat. Caleb Hammer. You guys are expanding all of my mind right now. You're just making up people. Do you guys follow Juckle Mungsmith? Now that is someone you should check out. Entitled Brat is too good for work. Financial audit. Oh, the financial audit guy. I have seen him because I remember he worked with, or he did that Boogie, or did that thing with Boogie. That was pretty funny. 27-year-old with more debt than anyone should ever have. She doesn't look very happy. See, you guys don't want to end up on Caleb Hammer's show. Don't go to school for something stupid. Don't go to school at all if you don't have to. I knew I'd feel like a bag of crap just leaving them like that, but at the same time, I wasn't sure how long I could go on living with them. It was like there was this very dark cloud hanging over the house, the same one that followed me home from the game that afternoon. And then, if I'm allowed to swap metaphors for a second, there was the ticking time bomb element to it as well. Whatever that lady was taking to manage her grief, she was either taking too much or not enough, and the way that they were fighting with each other made me think that it was only a matter of time before something happened. I had no idea what that something might be, but you knew it was coming, and when it did, I sure as heck didn't want to be there when it went down. And so another few weeks go by, and by this time we're into late October, right around Halloween. The house had been quiet. I'd been gone to... Did you see the 4-part of Asian Andy trolling a scamming squatter out of his sister's house? I feel like that's like so specific, but I actually do know Asian Andy. Isn't he from Ice Poseidon crew? The 4-part series. Isn't it so weird? Like on YouTube, there's just like so much content and shit occurring. I remember like, you know, when I was in school, you would come in and a lot of people watch the same shows, so you could relate on that. But I imagine going to school now, everybody like, you know, somebody watches Fickle Phil and, you know, is a Let's Player, and then somebody else watches like Massive Grapes. I don't know, just, and they're like, who's that? I've never heard of him. Oh, he's got 10 million subscribers. He's hilarious. He does really, really funny like house renovations. Rook X, what's up, dude? I have friends who got into that field when they graduated, and I flunked out. What field's that? Oh, 56K in debt. If chronic pain and illness was destroying me, I might be editing videos for YouTubers. That's good, yeah. You know, that is something that a lot of people can make money doing that is kind of understated. Learning how to get good at editing, learning how to use Photoshop and all of the different programs, learning how to just basically be useful to people within the technology sphere, learning how to write scripts, learning how to do visuals, learning how to like edit audio, all sorts of crap like that you can then, get in contact with those people to sort of provide your services. And you don't need to go to school for that shit. You can learn it all on YouTube and save people the time. What's up, Kai? How we doing? The house had been quiet. I've gone back to never seeing that wife around, and I'm actually starting to think that I was a little hasty in looking for someplace else to live. The place had its flaws, but so did everywhere else, and I also felt like kind of an asshole for making things about me, when it was their grief, their cross to bear, so to say. Maybe the best thing for me to do was to stop thinking about it and remind myself that it wasn't any of my business, and that worked just fine, until it became my business, and in a way that I could never have imagined. And so, it's November 3rd of 1989, and I remember that because it was a Friday, and I was about to go step out into the old tiles there to get a few beer. Step out onto the old tiles there to get... Alright. I said hello, hello. Ha ha ha, hello. Ha ha ha, hello. Good. Unfortunately, it's literally flooded where I live. Right now, the rain is crazy. Oh, it sucks. This shit's scary. You miss creepy post-rad? Who's that? Going to college full-time and running my own business. Got very lucky as I got a connection at college with the head of marketing and got large contracts to allow me to pay outright instead of loans. Very cool. That sounds fantastic. Ever thought about moving to another country when you retire? Yeah, I guess maybe. Maybe somewhere nice, but it might be kind of hard to... I guess it would have to be somewhere where I knew the language. Like, everybody always loves Japan and that kind of thing, but I'm like, it would, you might end up just like feeling super, super alone, living somewhere where you don't know the language, you don't know anybody. So, it's November 3rd of 1989. And I remember that because it was a Friday and I was about to go step onto the old tiles there to get a few beers with Greg. I finished work at around 4 p.m., took around 15 minutes to get ready, then as I step out of the guest house and start walking down the driveway, I see a whole bunch of cops turn onto the driveway and start walking in the direction of that big house. I couldn't help myself. Seeing them come up the driveway in their uniforms like that, I blurted something out loud. I couldn't help myself, seeing them come up the driveway in their uniforms like that, so I blurted out, "A little late for trick-or-treating, isn't it, fellas? Why don't you take off those costumes there?" But I didn't get to finish that last sentence because when they realized that I was there, standing off to the side of them, they all pulled out their guns and their holsters, spun around, and started yelling at me to put my hands in the air. It makes me laugh to think about it nowadays, but I was so scared that I had this perfect brain fart of a moment, and instead of yelling "don't shoot" or something like that, I literally screeched out, "It was a joke! It was just a joke!" But then, as they're approaching me, telling me to get down on the ground, it hit me that the goddamn landlord's wife had called the cops on me for a second time. I'm lying on my face, they're putting the cuffs on me, and I'm telling them things like, "Officers, there's probably been some kind of confusion here. Just let me explain." But unlike the first time around, when the cops were actually calm and polite and whatnot, one of them yells at me to shut up, and then I'm being arrested. They're acting tough, like I was the scum of the earth, but still I'm just calmly telling them that there's been a misunderstanding, and that I rent the guest house on the property. Again, one of the cops tells me to shut my mouth. And then as two of them start walking me back to their paddy wagon, the others walk off towards the house talking about securing it, stuff like that. I kept my mouth shut, but I was still acting kind of smug because I knew that when all this was said and done, I was going to file a complaint, one each of the... One-hour ad in between the video voice. Oh yeah, tomorrow there will be an ad at the beginning of this video, I think, for a show on FX or coming to FX, so that'd be cool. Do I like Mexican food? Oh yeah, baby. Mexican food is awesome. I kept my mouth shut, but I was still acting kind of smug because I knew that when all was said and done, I was just going to file a complaint on each one of those stuck-up pricks for arresting me on the charge of living in my own goddamned apartment. At one time I could tolerate. One time I could understand, but two, and the way they did it, that's just not going to happen, not in this lifetime. Now anyways, they take me down to the old Mill Valley Police Precinct, and I'm still 100% sure that they're arresting me by accident. But then, when we got to this booking process and they read out the charges, I realized something seriously messed up was going on. I'd been arrested on suspicion of kidnap, false imprisonment, a bunch of other smaller charges, and then get this. The cops charged me with, quote, practicing medicine without a license. That was the point where I lost my cool and I was like, what the hell are you people talking about? Because kidnap and all that other scary stuff was one kind of nightmare. But then, the practicing medicine thing, hearing that made it feel like I was trapped in some fever dream. They might as well have told me that I'd been charged with lettuce and bacon because what I was hearing made exactly 0% sense to me. I knew not to talk to the cops without a lawyer present, so I didn't say a word, and they didn't really ask me anything of substance until the attorney showed up and we could start in earnest. But then, instead of asking questions about me, they seemed very interested in my landlord. They asked me where he was, and I told them fishing trip, but then they acted like that was some kind of cover story. One of them yelled, bullcrap, we know he's not fishing, where is he? Then told me all about how, if I didn't cooperate, they were going to make sure that I got a full rap on each charge and not just accessory, basically telling me that I was going to prison for the rest of my life if I didn't start telling them the truth. Obviously, I had no clue. Been a fan for 5 years. Thank you. Thanks for sticking around. What dog would I get for Pradeep? I don't know. I've always kind of wanted the Vizsla. You know, the Vizsla dog? Just quit my job today. Never felt so free. Told my manager I was looking for a new job and she's going to force me to put my 2 weeks in. Yeah, you know. New beginnings. Life moves on and you will find a way. Sometimes you need that pressure to find said way. You ever heard Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about the Apophis asteroid of 2029? I have not heard that. No, what's he say? Is it coming? Gonna blow us up? Does the spaceman know the future? No, I'm not actually getting a dog, but if I did get one, that would be it. Do I like the back rooms? I mean, it's creepy, but I don't really know much about it, and I didn't really follow it when it was going on. I saw that they made some interesting stuff. Obviously, I had no clue what they were talking about, so I told them a second time that, to my knowledge, I had no idea where my landlord was. He just told me that he was fishing, and I have no reason not to believe him. The cops then asked me a whole bunch of questions about when I moved into the guest house, what I did for work, things like that. They also asked me a ton of questions about my relationship with my landlord, like if I was close with him. I told them hell no. that he'd actually warned me to stay the hell away from the house because they needed their privacy, quote unquote. And if he was involved in something shady, that they were trying to pin on me also. God damn it. Rook X, thank you for the 5. Yo, let's read what it be, what it do. Also, when are you going to start selling them booty binkies? Oh my god, I forgot about that. That's funny. Hopefully soon. That's probably going to be my next product line. It's just, just an earnest living. Get an option to get a Vizsla when I got my dog, but it was an older dog with some issues, and I would have had to take another dog along with it. A 2-for-1. If you had the opportunity, would you get a dog? I don't really know, to be honest with you. I mean, maybe it would give my life, like, a certain sense of something, but I'd like to... I don't know. I feel like I would need, like, a family to really give it proper attention. Should I go work at my local sheriff's office next and be a jailer? If you want to be, I mean, the unfortunate thing is that you're going to have to deal with the scum of the earth, maybe. I don't know how, like, hands-on you'll be with that type stuff or what a jailer exactly does, but if that means being, like, a corrections officer, it's tough work, and it kind of sucks the soul out of you from what I hear. I've heard of a lot of, like, corrections officer types sort of end up getting a divorce or not being happy in relationships because being around criminals all day who are mean to them and they have to be mean to them. Yeah, I wouldn't do it, to be honest with you. Like, it I don't know, dude. I guess it just depends on your personality. Maybe some people get, like, a sick satisfaction about being a... Yeah, you can give me a story in a few years. I just would say be careful. Even though I do hear they pay pretty well, though. So... Oh, you know what? Well, I don't want to... But a really just an ambiguous story here. I knew a story about a guy who was a corrections officer, got into a tiff, got into a fight with a, basically one of the inmates attacked him, and they got into a fight, and they fell on his shoulder, fucked up his shoulder. He needed surgery, and basically the surgery resulted in him developing a pain medication addiction, opiates, all that kind of stuff. And basically for the rest of his life now, he just, like, he'll like try to fuck up his shoulder to get more surgery. He'll put, like, shit in his wound in his shoulder so that he can, like, get an infection and go back into the hospital just so that he can get more and more pain medication. And it's fucked. It's a fucked story, and unfortunately it all stemmed from there. So I don't know, dude. I think it's best to stay away. I mean, depending on your personality, and even though, yeah, you're young, just really take a deep look inside of yourself and think, like, can I deal with, like, the worst people on earth forever? Like, because it will affect who you are by the time you're, like, 25. It may really affect, like, your relationships and friendships and how you cope with it. I just don't know where else to go, True. That's the difficult part about life. I mean, you could try it for a while, and if you don't like it or you feel like it's leading you down a bad mental path, like, because some people end up, like, drinking, which is really bad, and, to cope with it or whatever. I don't know. Maybe you can do it for a bit and see what happens, and maybe you can become a cop. Maybe you do the corrections officer thing, and then you become a cop. You like that kind of thing, and you get to be RoboCop. Making rounds on Reddit, she was fired, to say the least. Oh, interesting. What happened? He would get stung to get more and spend all of his time loopy and sleeping. Yeah. I am RoboCop. Or a mall cop. Yeah, you could be Paul Blart. Be Paul Blart for Halloween. I told him, hell no. That he'd actually warned me to stay the hell away from the house because they needed their privacy, quote unquote. And if he was involved in something shady that they were trying to pin on me also, then they were barking up the wrong tree. I then told him, fuck, I'm gonna need to get some water soon. I'm out of water. I then told him that I'd be happy to help with any kind of investigation, especially since the charges sounded so crazy and I wanted to distance myself as much as I possibly could from them. The cops didn't exactly warm up to me after that, but they sure as hell stopped treating me like something they'd found in the bottom of their shoe. They let me go not long after, taking me back to a cell, but warned me not to leave town because I could... Wait. Where was his lawyer during all of this? Didn't he have a lawyer or an attorney or something present that, like, told him to stop talking? Or not even stop talking, like, clearly has nothing to do with this. It's just so odd. I worked with the Mississippi Department of Corrections as a full-time CO at the Mississippi State Penitentiary at Parchman Prison. Yeah, how was your experience? Would you suggest anybody else to do it? Yeah, I've been watching like Arrested Development lately, and like the lawyer played by like Henry Winkler is so fucking funny, dude. Just like he's always just like so underprepared. And I think I might have mentioned it last time, but there's this like scene whenever like they go into the courtroom, and Julianne Dreyfus or whatever her name is, like a blind lawyer, and like they have like all these case files, and they're like, "What's your thought?" And he's like, "Well, we haven't read it." I'm like, "What?" And they're like, "Okay, we'll read it. We'll start now." And then he like opens it, and they just like kind of like, I don't know, it's just so funny. Like he like tilts his head to the side and puts his fingers up to his like eyebrows, like he's leaning his head on his hand to like start reading this like fucking 1,000-page document in the middle of court, in the middle of the case. I don't know, it was like such a quick scene, but there was something about the nuance of that little comedic scene that just made I laugh so fucking hard. Just like him like, "Oh, I'll read it right now." He's just slowly skimming through it. Librarian horror stories? I might have at some point. They let me go not long after taking me back to a cell, but warned me not to leave town because I could still be rearrested at any time. They wouldn't tell me exactly what was going on, only that I might not be seeing my landlord or his wife for a while, which might affect my living arrangements. And that was the last thing I wanted to hear, and I figured that I was back to shopping for apartments again. But not only was I wrong about that, but I was wrong about my other theory too, which pertained to why cops seemed so interested in finding my landlord. You see, the whole kidnapping and imprisonment thing really rattled round my brain as I caught a cab. Rattled round my rein. Was the scariest monster? Oh man, probably Harvey Weinstein. See, the whole kidnapping and imprisonment thing really rattled around my brain as I caught a cab back to the apartment. It might sound crazy to say it, but I thought my landlord might have, I don't know, found the son of a bitch who took his daughter all those years ago. But then, the practicing medicine thing, combined with the kidnapping, that gave me chills just thinking about it. Because think about it, what kind of messed up stuff are you doing to someone where that becomes a factor? Was he torturing a guy? Performing a surgery on him? Just what the hell was going on? I didn't find out the whole truth until much later, but like I must have said a dozen times by now, it was like nothing I ever could have imagined. Since I didn't have anyone to pay rent to, I just stayed in the apartment until the water and electricity were just shut off, and then ended up staying on Greg's couch, with the guest house acting as storage until I found a new place to live. This all took place over the course of around 2 months, with news about my landlord coming out in steady drip until, finally, all the pieces fit together. But probably the biggest one came when the cops found my landlord's daughter. Not dead, not alive, but somewhere in between. In a small rented home up in Los Ranchitos. What the fuck is going on? Joel from Let's Read. What about Joel from Let's Read? Currently playing Minecraft. Just finished one of your old podcasts because I've already listened to all of them. Hope you're doing well. Much love. Oh, thank you. Thank you. What's happening in the world of Minecraft? Prison stories, CO stories. I think I do have a lot of law enforcement stuff. I think I have some prison stories from way back. You should listen to the worst prisons on Earth video. That one's pretty messed up. Yeah, this little girl's with the Dementors. Her HP is very low. Unit 26B building at Parchment Prison. Another inmate assaulted inmate, and I just sat there and I didn't intervene in the matter, so subsequent to the hearing they ultimately terminated. Oh, damn. Yeah, I mean, I guess at the same time I don't really blame you, I suppose, for not intervening, even though I guess, can you like tase them or do something like that? I don't even know. It's none of my business, I suppose, but that's tough. That's just a tough world, man. It's like to always have to like get involved, and you could get hurt or stabbed or targeted, you know, constantly told a bunch of stupid shit. Not going to stay for long because I don't want to spoil the story for the next episode. I'm creating a minka with a Japanese style dragon flying above it. Thank you for everything. Love your podcast. Thank you. That sounds cool. Joel, I have a question. You can ask one question and one question only. You maxed your squat today. That's good. What'd you get? Oh. The fall season with no zombie movie releases. Yeah, we haven't gotten really any zombie movies in a while. How many pull-ups can I do? I think the most I ever did was like 14. And that's when I was like training them. I'm not very good at pull-ups, to be honest with you. And then if you do the ones where you like really stretch at the bottom to get that like, you know, fully elongated stretch, it's like you burn out really fast. In a small rented up, Los Ranchitos. Doritos Ranchitos. Thoughts on the new Beetlejuice? I haven't seen it. I don't know if it's good or not. How you say Los Ranchitos? Los Ranchitos. Okay, that seems about what I expected. New Beetlejuice is a 3 out of 10. That stinks. You can fall in love with 2 of the inmates and, over the course of months, bring in bits of equipment to help break them out, only to realize they've escaped and they've been playing you. They've been playing with you. Wart. What's up, mercenary? How we doing? In a small rented home, what the fuck? In a small rented home up in Los Ranchitos, the cops found my landlord's missing daughter. She was emaciated, bedbound on life support, and appeared to have been in some kind of deep coma for the last half a decade. My landlord had been keeping his daughter alive, apparently after she'd received some kind of serious head trauma, and he'd been doing so using medical equipment he'd obtained from some mysterious but obviously well-equipped donor most likely as a result of his contacts in the medical industry. But then, why not take her to a hospital to get her the proper medical attention? Why leave her to slowly rot in some roach-infested apartment up in the hills? Because it was my landlord's wife who inflicted the crippling head wound in the first place. I guess it all came out once they got arrested and the daughter's location was uncovered. I don't know who spilled the beans first, but someone did, and once the news broke, it was a hot story for a few days. At least until the news cycle switched back to the more interesting story, which was the aftermath of the Loma Prieta earthquake and all the various rescue and... Loma Prieta. Okay, Loma Prieta. How long does it take you to edit these lives down as in hours? It's not that hard. Like, once I get going, like, I could probably get all the audio here edited in, like, half an hour. What's the name of the song? Plays in the Be Right Back screen. It's called In My Core A by Secede. In My Core A, Secede. It's from the album, Silent Flower Observers, which is a pretty good album if you're into like experimental, weird music. Do you feel like you have competitors in the scary storytelling? Not really, just because YouTube's kind of cool in the sense that, like, if people want to listen to some other narrator, they can go do that, and then they can come listen to me later, you know. It kind of gives you that freedom where, you know, if you eat McDonald's, you're going to be full and not want to go eat at Taco Bell until your next meal or whatever. But with YouTube, since it's like pretty much limitless content consumption, they can just go from storyteller to storyteller to storyteller if they want. And I'll be there waiting. At least until the news cycle switched back to the more interesting story, which was the aftermath of the Loma Prieta earthquake and all the various rescue and rebuilding efforts. 5 long years ago, my former landlord's wife and daughter got into one hell of a fight. I don't think they ever found out what it was over, but it was bad enough that the daughter ended up smacking her mom across the face. My landlord's wife then loses her mind, grabs some heavy ornament off of a sideboard, and then whack, smacks her daughter over the head with it. I guess she either hit her really goddamn hard or landed the blow with a sharp edge or something, because her daughter passed out right away and then just never woke up again. And then afterwards, instead of doing the right thing and having the mom sent to prison, they agreed to cover the whole thing up, keep their daughter alive, and then hope that they could find a way to wake her up someday. Obviously, they didn't wake her up, and after a long multi-agency investigation, my landlord was followed to the Los Ranchitos. I'd like to be a garden gnome again, but that would require me to have a date, so screw that. A garden gnome. Was that a joke? That was a Joe Rogan joke. Obviously, they didn't wake her up, and after a long multi-agency investigation, my landlord was followed to the Los Ranchitos apartment, where his bedridden daughter was then discovered. I couldn't believe that I'd been sharing a space with people like that, and that I'd rationalized everything I'd seen and heard to the point that I actually felt sorry for them. What they'd done was terrible, an evil thing, but they did it out of a warped sense of love and family preservation. And that's the thing that I find most haunting about this whole messed up situation. I don't think that they were bad people, but they did a terrible, awful thing, both of them. And if normal, everyday people are capable of stuff like that, then to me, It makes the world seem like a much darker and much scarier kind of place. Holy shit, Pradeep, we did it. Story 1 in the books. Climb on that chair, please. Jump up here. He doesn't listen. He doesn't listen at all. Sigur Rós is a cool experimental music. Lyrics are not a real language. I swear I've heard that guy before. Let me check real quick. Do you have a song in particular we should listen to? It sounds so familiar. Are they from Iceland? I wonder how you even sort by the most. Because I swear I think I had like a roommate in college who like loved Sigur Rós or something. Where is Sigur Rós from? Sigur Rós is from Iceland, yeah. They were formed in Reykjavik in 1994 and are known for their ethereal sound and use of ice. Yeah, dude, that's so funny you bring them up, because I remember, because back in like 2012, whenever I was in my like peak of finding like every experimental piece of music I could find, I was like 22, and just literally any piece of music ever, I just wanted to listen to it. And I remember my roommate told me about Sigur Rós, and like he showed me this documentary where they were putting on concerts and stuff for their local like group and or local like just villages and stuff, and yeah, it was good music. I wonder if we can find like an actual good one to listen to, or like which one to listen to. 16 years ago. Oh yeah, I guess it is very, very like ambient, experimental, probably not worth playing, but yeah, nice. Music is cool, man. That's what I'm saying, like, if I need to get into making music, just to say I did it, because I was thinking the other day, it's like, I've made, how many hours of my YouTube channel have I fucking made? You know, how many goddamn... Also, yeah, did you guys see they tried to kill Trump again today with an assassination? It's fucking crazy, dude. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've made so many fucking videos, like over the course of forever. I made 13,069 videos, exactly. And imagine if I made, and those are all like the length of like long albums too, you know? And it's not to say that all of it is like a music or is music, but it's crazy to think that when it comes to music, you could make something, one fucking song that resonates with someone from when they were young, and they might still be listening to that song and that music by the time they're old, because it just sticks with them that much and is that powerful. So I think everyone should try and make music just to see what could come of it, you know? Yeah, music. But your voice, I sleep to it. Weird perhaps, but you work. Music is amazing and important. Yeah, maybe I could like incorporate my voice into the music somehow. Hey now, you're a rock star. Yeah, I could make... You could be that. You could be the next Bon Jovi. Alright, so that story is done. This next one is like... Okay, I need to take a quick break to actually get some water. I did that all without water. I'm still doing it without water. I'm dying. I'll be right back. Good news, everyone. I found pickles in the fridge. Now you get to listen to me eat one. Oh my god, these are good. More yapping, less crapping. Cigarettes after farts, yeah. Guys hear that fucking shit? These sick freaks like this. This is what you've been waiting for. That's what I'm saying, like, if they could have figured out that people were into like ASMR videos where they just eat a burrito really close to the camera on high pickup. Who knows what other bullshit you could just put on YouTube and a bunch of people would get into. Maybe what you should do is look up weird old... I just dropped my pickle. Fuck. I'm gonna kill myself now, guys. Goodbye. You should just look up like old MK Ultra videos on like what they used to do to people and then recreate that content. I don't know what I'm talking about. That doesn't make any sense. Don't do that. Don't listen to anything I say. You're really going to listen to a guy that just dropped his pickle on the floor? Sounds like a guy with some real slippery fingers. Okay. Alright, last story. Let's get locked the frick in. Shall we? Wait, did I forget my water? I grabbed pickle, but I didn't grab my water. Fucking son of a gun. All right. Isn't it kind of weird how, like, desensitized we are as a population to where there was a second assassination attempt, maybe more, who knows, that we don't know about, on a president or a previous president. And we're just kind of like, yeah, you know, that happens. This is how it goes. He used to say a lot of mean tweets, and now they just want to shoot him. Because what happens? Like, what happens if he gets shot and dead? Do they just, like, kind of move on like usual and pick Mitt Romney again or something? No political chat. It's not really I mean, it is political, but it's just like, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's serious. You know, it's kind of serious because if that happens, doesn't that mean that there could be, like, civil unrest and just, like, craziness, you know? Well, and then if they blame it on, you know, Iran or whatever, for whatever useful reason, and then you got to go to war with them and shit, and I don't know. There's just, like, a million different possibilities that could be, like, you know, your happy little world where you order food and somebody drives it to you could just, like, suddenly disappear. And I just find it strange that all of us are just like, yeah, it's whatever. C'est la vie. Joel ready for Civil War. I'm not ready for Civil War. I don't want that at all, dude. It's so lame. And it's so stupid that, like, it doesn't take much to, like... It really, really doesn't take much to, like, upset people enough to, like, want it. You know what I mean? Like, there's people out there that you listen to or you see online, and they seem so, like, ready for it. Ready for some sort of, like, breakdown of order that results in violence. It's so odd. Like, why? Why do you want that? Like, your family would die. You would die. You would not survive very long. And even if you did, it wouldn't be a pleasurable existence. You wouldn't make it to the other side where, like, you know, now Amazon has 1 day shipping instead of 2. Yippee! That's what we were all fighting for. We were fighting to bring back KB Toys. And, what's the one with the giraffe? Toys R Us. Three hours on one story. Yeah, it took a while. I'll be marching and reading stories, yeah, to the troops. All right, fellas, gather around. This one's a creepy one. The Xi'an and Timu assassins. Yeah, right. I don't know. You think all the civilizations before us, we would have learned how to treat each other? We haven't learned a damn thing. Yeah, maybe. It seems like we've gotten a little bit better at it. It just seems like the people who are at the tippity top really don't like us much. And they would rather us, like, bickering and fighting with each other than ever, like, I don't know, be happy. Emit any type of, like, energy that's not rage. Whatever. Anyways. KB Toys. KB Toys is right next to the KY Jelly store. Where would you be if you never did content creating? I mean, I would probably just still be in the hospital systems, maybe working like a job that I prefer more or whatever, but who knows, maybe I would just, like, keep trying to create content somehow. Back in the late summer of 2009, I was just about to start graduate school, and I had to find myself a new flat for the coming year. I was new to the area, so I didn't know the neighborhoods at all, and since I needed something cheap and cheerful, I ended up browsing vacancies in some of the city's less affluent areas. Some of the listings were frankly terrifying, and I'm surprised the landlords had the balls to even really advertise them. Others, however, were considerably more livable, or at least they appeared that way thanks to some carefully chosen angles and a lot of window shots. Over the course of a week, I'd booked 10 different viewings, and by the end of the third day, I was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. A playful exaggeration on my part. God damn it. A playful exaggeration, Batman. Mm-hmm. More impressed that we discovered uranium and have yet to blow up the entire planet. Yeah. I guess we did it a little bit. I don't know. It is kind of strange, like, since World War II, how it's just been like an arms race to stock up enough nukes, as many nukes as possible. But it's just strange because, like, why do we keep stocking up so many nukes? Because, like, is it somehow, like, intimidating to the other side when they're like, oh, mutually assured destruction. Ah, mutually assured destruction on a larger scale. Ah, mutually assured destruction even bigger. Ah, nukes top 5 nukes. Saving Private Joel. Yeah, you guys have to go behind enemy lines, and I'd probably get kidnapped by something somewhere stupid, like Bulgaria or something. I don't know. Who would dislike us a lot? Do you have any phobias? I mean, I guess I don't have any issues with spiders too much. I really don't like wading in like open water in the middle of the ocean, or really any sort of like open body of water. It's just like yucky toes, you know? You never know what's going to be tickling your balls down there. I don't know. We're going behind Emily's lines. Emily's panty lines. Your content will eventually evolve into something different. As you age, your inner weirdness will show more, lending you down weirdo content. Weirdo content, really? I mean, I've been doing this for like a decade, and I haven't deviated too much. What would I do in the weirdo content department? Is it all going to just be furry sex stories? Your phobia is the day you stop posting. Well, thank you. It makes you irrationally scared. Oh yeah, ASMR, I guess. Yeah, that'd pretty much be it. I mean, ASMR, that would be hard to always think of like a new idea for that. You look at someone like, what's his name? Ephemeral Rift. He's been doing it for so long. And I wonder if his stuff had gotten kind of weird. Let's see. The Sunday Sleep Special ASMR. I have a fungus. Right, yeah, it's just like first time trying dragon fruit. What the hell? Where are his views, dude? He used to get so many fucking views. Ephemeral Rift. I swear he was like killing it for a while with like 10 million views or some shit. Ephemeral Rift. Well, 3.3 is not bad, obviously, but his subscriber amount doesn't really move. Oh, wow. It seemed like there was a big drop-off at one point, like he just dropped off there. Or like a period of time over the course of like the past 2 years, there seems to be a big drop-off. What the fuck? He lost 10,000 subscribers in October of 2023. What did he do? Was he bad? Was he a naughty boy? Talk closer to the mic, you'll attract ASMR fanatics. I'm actually like so close to the mic when I record. Bro fell off. Yeah, but like losing 10,000, sometimes like when you lose subscribers, that tends to be like an indicator that like some sort of the event occurred. Let's inject massive amounts of heat into the ionosphere to see what happens. Yeah. The project formerly known as conspiracy theory HARP. Yeah, what are they doing with HARP? What do you think they're doing? Now I'm just curious. I'm going to ask ChatGPT, why did Ephemeral Rift lose a bunch of subscribers? Creator known for ASMR, content changes. Ephemeral Rift began exploring more niche platform shifts, changes in YouTube algorithm, burnout and consistency, honesty, audience maturity. That doesn't sound like it knows why. You don't just like lose, whatever. None of my business, I guess. Who cares? He whipped his pickle out on live stream? Damn it, I wasn't even there. HARP is now mostly now about cloud seeding Dubai. Just Dubai. Nowhere else. A playful exaggeration on my part, of course, but honestly, it was just so draining. I'd been seen... Sorry, I'm starting to see words. Opinion on fried chicken. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. We had quite a long discussion about various fried chicken places. Some good shit. They should make more of it and send it to my house. I'd been to 6 of the 10 viewings that I had lined up, and each and every one had been a complete letdown. The places were either riddled with mold, obnoxiously close to a restaurant, or bar. The places were either riddled with mold, obnoxiously close to a restaurant or bar, so that they stank of old chip oil and cigarette smoke, or they were the size of a friggin' shoebox. And luckily, my next viewing, which was late in the afternoon the following day, was with a landlady that had advertised a females-only listing. The pictures of the place made it seem quite nice, and I was very attracted to the idea of living in a segregated space because of the added security it'd bring. I know maybe to some of you that might sound a little bit cynical, and I'm well aware of it. It's not. Oops. Wait, what is Church's Chicken? I don't even know if they have a Church's Chicken around here. I've heard of that, though. I'm starting to see words. How do you do it before? Like before, I would just like read. I kind of did like a braille thing on my screen. Just kind of like feel the screen out. And just like, okay. I wonder if that actually would be. Could a blind, if I was blind and I had a braille screen, could I effectively run my hands over top of a braille sheet tablet or whatever and just like effectively be and there's got to be like blind narrators, right? They have to exist because I mean they have to read, right? Anyways, so I imagine there's probably just as efficiently like running your hand. I almost feel like that would actually be easier. Maybe I should learn how to do read braille and then translate all of my submission stories over into braille, and then just to make things like I wouldn't even have to worry about staring at a screen earlier either and getting glaucoma, you know? You're deaf? Really? But you love the channel. You love the visuals. I know maybe to some of you that might sound a little bit cynical, and I'm well aware it's not all men who pose a problem, but in the context of what I'm about to tell you, I refuse to apologize for my cynicism, or as other girls might phrase it, realism. Some guys are just creeps, it's a fact of life, so the idea of living with just girls in a shared house was massively appealing. But then, that'd be massively appealing to just about any girl moving to or living in London. Oh my god, Pradeep just scared the shit out of me. What the fuck? It sounded like my door was opening. Wait, what is he doing? He's like kicking something around. It was a loose screw. What's your thoughts on Texas, my home state? It's big. Seems like a lot of people there like to have sex. It's hot. But it's like hot in the sense that it's just like you can't get away from it. It's almost like too big. You can't ever get to a new like biome, you know, like Minecraft. I don't know, like Texas is not a bad state, but I also don't think it's like the most preferable state ever to be in as well. It seems like a bit much. Texas weather is crazy, yeah. Yeah, because I guess some places you could get like hurricanes coming through. Jesus Christ. Pradeep just wants to make noise right now. He was kicking around a loose screw, now he's taking a big shit. Let him cook. Let him cook! And then it zooms in on his butt, shitting out poop. And see, I don't understand. He's like kicking around. He does this sometimes where he'll go in there, investigate the surroundings, kick around a few fucking piles of sand or whatever, and then just immediately come out of the litter box and walk around. And then it seems like he might go back in there and start again. If those thoughts were true, everyone wouldn't be moving here. I guess it's true too, yeah. Low taxes is nice for Texas, and I mean, what is it like? What are you guys' experiences there? Is it nice? Digging for clams. You don't know you're Canadian? Just make something up. It's the same to me. Amazing for people with money. Ah, sick. Money. How much money? Like $30? Some guys are just creeps. It's a fact of life. So the idea of living with just girls in a shared house was massively appealing. But then, that'd be massively appealing to just about any girl moving to or living in London. Surely getting a viewing appointment wouldn't be impossible, but then... What the fuck? Tree fitty. Surely getting a viewing appointment wouldn't be impossible, but then it wasn't. I got one... Oh my god. El Paso, Texas, Tejas. Surely getting a viewing appointment wouldn't... Surely getting a viewing appointment would be impossible. But then, it wasn't. I got one within a few days, which I thought was me getting lucky. But really, that should have been my first red flag. I was just way too optimistic to see it. The next day, as I got the bus over towards Camden, I remember being this mix of excited and nervous. I had so much faith in the place, and I texted with the landlady, a woman named Jan, so I was confident that it was going to be a decent place. But then at the same time, I'd been let down so relentlessly over the past few days that I had this looming sense of dread as I got closer and closer to my stop. At the time, I thought it was just residual trauma from being continually disappointed, but now, I'm starting to think it was more like a kind of spidey sense. And so I got off the bus and immediately texted Jan to let her know that I was nearby, which she'd asked me to do because she said that she was really busy and might need a reminder. She texted me back almost right away, but when I expanded the message notification, I saw it was a lot more than just a simple okay or thanks, see you soon. It said something like, "Hi, I've been terribly busy, so my brother-in-law will be there to let you in and show you around." So much for female only, right? I thought that was the whole selling point. But then I understood that Jan was probably a very busy lady if she owned several properties all over London, so I wasn't about to throw my rattle out of my pram over one little thing like that. And so, off I went to meet up with Jan's brother-in-law and to view what could potentially be my brand new home. And so I got there, and the flats were in a unit about... Boof. Goddamn Loch Ness Monster. So I got there, and the flats were in a unit above a line of shops. I'd been instructed to knock on the door, and so I did, and when the door opened, I saw Jan's brother-in-law standing in the threshold. He looked weird, and that's putting it nicely. And the way he looked at me in the first moments we made eye contact made me feel a lot less comfortable than I did before. I mean it when I said that I'm not some man-hater, but I wasn't at all pleased about having to deal with a man in the female-only flat complex, especially not since he was giving off these creepy vibes. If there was any other circumstance, there's no way that I'd have stepped into an empty... What do you think about the Hawk Tula podcast? We reacted to it earlier. It was pretty pointless. A bunch of rambling about nothing. Which, honestly, I don't know what the fuck they expected to pull from the girl who says that she spits on penis. Like, what was the anticipation there, that she was going to be fucking like Marcus Aurelius or some shit? Like, I have no idea what they thought that they could milk that for other than the meme. Oh, that girl that made a funny about putting your spit onto a wiener? Dude, I need to hear what she has to say about 9/11. But yeah, that's true. That is most podcasts. Honestly, everyone should just have one. You guys, everyone in this chat, all 500 of you should start a podcast right the frick now. Yeah, oh, that would be good. Yeah, some Hawk Tula lubricant made with her own spit. She just has to spit into a big vat all day so they can make enough. This is your podcast? It's true. Lives in Austin, Texas, loves it there. Well, maybe Texas is pretty cool. Brad reacts to Joel reacting to Hawk Tula reacting, podcast reacting. Or just Hawk Tulan ideas, yeah. If that was any other circumstance, and there's no way... I can't follow this. If that was any other circumstance, and there's no way I'd have stepped into an empty room with that guy, but I'd pinned almost all my flat-finding hopes on this place, so I put on a brave face and a polite voice, and then stepped inside and followed him to the flat. As soon as we stepped inside, my heart sank. It wasn't remotely like it was advertised, not just because it already looked like there was someone living there, but like, I'm pretty sure the pictures weren't even the same place. I asked Jan's brother-in-law when the current tenant was due to vacate, and my heart sank again when he said something like, well, yeah, that's the thing. The property we're going to show you it's been taken off the market, and this is the only one we've got available for you in this area, and it's a shared unit. And that was all very disappointing to hear, devastating even, but the thing that mattered most was securing somewhere to live and making sure it was female only. Potentially I could cope with a new flatmate, so long as she was a girl, but when I asked the guy if the current tenant was female, he literally ducked the question. I asked him, plain as day, is it still an all-female occupancy? And he responded with, if you follow me this way, I can show you the vacant bedroom and attached bathroom. Talk about topics, talk about here in chat, just chat. Yeah, that'd be fun. I don't know. If I really, really felt like the shit that I talk in here was of legitimate value. Like, I feel like my narrations are of legitimate value to most people, but if I really felt that my takes on things were worth making a podcast, maybe I would. I don't know. The rot consumes. Hey, Crypt Reader, what's up? Let's yap. That would be good, I guess. If you'd follow me this way, I can show you the vacant bedroom and attached bathroom. Then he just trotted off like I hadn't asked him anything and opened up the bedroom. I followed him, thinking I might as well have a look at the room, and while it wasn't actually all that bad compared to some of the others I'd seen, he still hadn't answered my question about the unit being female only. I had to look around the bedroom and remain polite as I asked him once again if the unit was female only or not, And the man sort of wiggled his head and made a face that said he wasn't sure, and then said he'd have to contact Jan to make sure because he didn't know off the top of his head. I was starting to get really, really annoyed, but I kept my cool as he asked if I wanted to see the attached bathroom. I was literally on the verge of just saying no when he stepped forward and opened up the door. Then as he did, I was hit with this truly revolting smell. It was so bad that I winced, and I know the guy saw me wince from how rank the smell was, so when I said, no thanks, I think I'd like to have a look at... Bollocks. He is, Jan, yeah, probably. No thanks. I think I'd like to have another look at the kitchen. I'm pretty sure he knew that I was lying, unless he was really stupid as he looked. Fuck. I'm pretty sure that he knew that I was lying, unless he really was as stupid as he looked. Honestly, I just wanted to get away from the smell, and I didn't care at all what the kitchen looked like when the bathroom bloody stank, so I was actually just going to walk towards the front door and see myself out after a brief and very passive-aggressive word of thanks. But then, as I walked, something clicked about all the stuff that was left around the flat. By that point in my life, I'd lived with girls and only girls, even from when I was a kid. My dad wasn't around and it was just me, my sister, and my mom. Then, when I left for uni, I only lived with girls there too. And not to be too crass, but I knew what boys' bedrooms looked like too, and that's what clicked in my head as I walked through the last flat. It looked like a man lived there. And of course I knew that it was a man living there because the guy wouldn't answer my bloody question, but it seemed like a certain type of man lived there. And this is where I made a huge error of judgment. I put it down to the continual disappointment and the stress of thinking that I was going to be forced to pick some absolute crap sty. I don't know. I put it down to the continual disappointment and the stress of thinking that I was going to be forced to pick out... Oh my god, I can't even make it through a fucking paragraph. Holy Christ, it's so annoying. Hey Drew, what's up, dude? I'm a comedian, but I do live storytelling shows. I'd love to see Let's Read Live somewhere. Yeah, that would be fun. It seems like those live storytelling things are kind of popping off. Maybe I should get into it early. I don't know. I put it down to the continual disappointment and the stress of thinking that I was going to be forced to pick some absolute crap house to be miserable in for the next year plus. But when I realized that it wasn't just any old man living there, but the one currently showing me around, it all started falling into place for me. I got on... Bollocks. What's up, Modern Times? How we doing? Let's read Meet and Greet. Meet and Greet. Everybody come greet the meat. Just kidding. I got out my phone, called Jan's number. Okay. I got out my phone, called Jan's number, and as the guy followed me out of the bedroom, his phone started to ring in his pocket. I wasn't supposed to have his number, was I? He was just supposed to be meeting me there, so having the phone that Jan was texting from start ringing in his pocket, that confirmed all my worst suspicions about this man. And he knew it too. He knew I'd rumbled him, and I wish that I was wearing a bloody GoPro because the look on his face was one I wish that I had framed as a picture hanging in my bathroom. I think that's the other thing that did it too. How I sort of, I don't know, sensed his weakness. I'd caught some absolute waste man trying to trick desperate girls into living in a spare room it looked like he'd built himself, and with some really dodgy plumbing too by the smell of things. Red-handed, That was the phrase that came into my head in the moment, red bloody-handed, and I'd be damned if I was about to let him live it down. I remember trying to think of something witty to say, but all I could think of was to ask him the exact question in mind, I suppose by way of humiliation, and so I started asking him, "Were you trying to trick young girls into living with you, yeah?" His face was like a tomato, but he still tried denying it, and the indignation that I felt from his denial only spurred me on. I started telling him how pathetic he was, what a pervert he was, how he was probably on the sex offenders registry. I gave him both barrels, as they say, didn't hold back in the slightest, but I forgot the golden rule when dealing with men. They're bigger, they're stronger, and the mental midgets among them are only one piece of wounded pride away from using that to their advantage. I saw the moment I pushed him over the edge, and it really was like that meme of, and it was in that moment she knew she effed up. He stopped trying to talk, gave up on denying everything, then started marching towards me with this wild look in his eyes. I knew he was going to go for me, and I got a head start on running down the corridor to the block's entrance, but he was just too fast. I almost got to the door and just about had my hand on the latch when I felt something tugging on my hair. I felt the pressure on my scalp, and then the next thing, my neck jerked back as the guy got a handful of my hair and started trying to drag me backwards. I tried to stay on my feet, but the force of him pulling my head back knocked me off my balance, and then as I fell backwards, I realized that he was actually trying to drag me back towards the flat using nothing but my hair. I remember screaming for help and hoping someone would appear from the other flats, of which there were maybe 3 or 4 on that floor of the block. But if they were occupied, whoever lived in them must have been at work or dead, because I screamed so hard that my nose started to bleed and no one emerged from any of the doors. Once I realized that I was on my own like that, and we were just feet away from him dragging me back into his flat, I tried to flip myself over so I could at least stand up, but right when I found a bit of purchase on the carpet underneath. A bit of purchase? Let's Tua Manua. Talked about Perry versus Dave yet? No, who's that? Now we gotta look it up. We gotta get all the drama about everybody stupid. Jane's addiction, Perry versus... Oh, I think I did see that pop up on Twitter. 2 fucking 65-year-old alcoholics fighting on stage. About what? Probably who he took the last Viagra or something. Shit's so cringe, man. It's like if you're that fucking old and you're still in a rock band, clearly there's gonna be something not quite clicking within your mind, and certainly not mature enough to not get into a fucking fight with your bandmate of 200 years. Try doing a podcast. It's obviously not rocket science. Yeah, it's easy peasy. Just get a microphone and record and find a website that distributes podcasts. Simple as that, really. Dave Grohl. I don't think it was Dave Grohl that he got into a fight with, was it? Or is he in the band too? Oh no, I did see it. Yeah, Dave Grohl cheated on his wife and had a baby with somebody else, or got them pregnant or whatever. Which, I don't know. What do you expect from fucking rock stars? What do you expect from a fucking rock star? I'm the most pure of heart, and as I travel all around the world, millions of miles away from my wife, I sure hope that I'm never once tempted to stick my dick in literally anyone else. It's that's kind of fucking par for the course with rock stars, I feel like. I'm surprised he doesn't have 50 fucking bastard children out there shitting their pants right now. I don't know. Yeah, Dave's cool, whatever. But everybody fucks. Everybody has sex. Like, every person has sex, and, like, you would hope that they would, like, maintain their exclusivity to their spouse or whatever. But if you're off traveling the world and doing things, like, the temptations are always going to be there, and it's going to be difficult, especially in the realm of where you're usually supposed to be dead by the time you're 27 from fucking a heroin overdose or a suicide. The wife knew her too. Well, I imagine, yeah, maybe they're in the same circles or some shit. Probably a bandmate that they travel together. I mean, maybe the wife goes along on the stuff, but I don't know. When it comes to that stuff, it's like there is 8.1 billion humans on Earth, and however many billions before. Like, a lot of them have had sex, and a lot of them probably weren't married and had a perfect fucking picket white fence life, you know? And how many of them are divorced? You know, it's just like sitting there pretending like the world and all of your, like, idols are going to be, like, awesome people is just, like, willful ignorance. And honestly, I always expect the lesser of people, to be real with you. And then he accused Jordan of cheating. It's a shit show. Oh. Whatever. I mean, I guess maybe it's a deflection. And maybe she was cheating too, you know? Both of them. I mean, I think within the realm of rock star stuff, like most entertainment, you kind of get like a certain sense of like arrested adolescence, arrested development, as they say, but not as funny. And, you know, everybody's a scumbag dirtbag with a skateboard, and you just want to stick your dick in the most grossest parts of each other. But yeah, idol worship is bunk and pointless. And you'd love to like hold people to standards, but it's just not the way of the world, you know? We're just a bunch of silly monkeys who pound on drums. We get boners once in a while, you know? Stay married to YouTube, for real. Exactly. I'll never cheat on YouTube unless somebody else pays more money. The podcast is just a side chick. But right when I found a bit of purchase on the carpet underneath, I felt something slam into my face so hard it made the vision in my left eye go all white. I brought a hand up to my face covering that eye, and with my free hand I made a desperately futile attempt to get his hand off of my hair. But the second my hand touched his, and I tried digging my nails into the skin of his hand, he tugged violently on my hair again and sent me crashing down onto my knees. I remember how, as we reached the doorway, he tried to drag me through it, but I made it very hard. Made it very hard. Gruel came out and admitted, yeah. But was that really drama? That Dan versus Pete or whatever, was that really worth bringing up in the podcast about an in-depth story reading? Who asked that question? Oh man, I've talked about the most retarded shit almost every fucking stream. Like, that's probably the most exciting and most intellectually stimulating thing we've talked about tonight. It's like that or fried chicken, you know? But who knows, maybe that also is just like brought up on Twitter because it like generates people to maybe like talk about Jane's addiction after the past 9,000 years. Am I on Instagram? Yeah, you know that. You've been here for what? 250 months as a subscriber. Really enjoyed listening to the video you made about explaining how to be a human. Can we please get like a little philosophy video? That'd be sweet. I would be more than happy to try to recreate something like that again. Yeah, road life is impossible. I mean, you become an alcoholic, you have sex with random people, maybe you get addicted to hard drugs. All the worst case scenarios, you're constantly sleep deprived, you're constantly like susceptible to, like, look at Justin Bieber, or like, I don't know his exact circumstances, but he had like clearly some fucking dampened immune system whenever he got that like palsy situation or whatever. I mean, I don't know exactly what occurred, but go off about Overwatch. Yeah, Overwatch is about as brain rot as I can get here, and I've gotten away from that for a while, so thank the Lord. Everyone get on their knees and thank Jesus I don't play that game anymore. Oh, he had Lyme's disease. Okay, that would, I guess, make some sense. Listening to your readings for a while now. My favorite are Deep Woods Paranormal Stories. Those are really good, yeah. Dude, I guess I kind of did that recently with the Bigfoot stories. If you haven't listened to those, yeah, you should definitely check it out. Booze and Booze is a good narrator. He is. Yeah, he's doing well. I'm happy for him. Spoke to a giant bag of meth last week. You were talking to it. Lyme's disease is from ticks. Yeah, no, I know. But I mean, like, it might have been like a latent reaction. Like, you know how like sometimes Lyme's disease can kind of like stay dormant in you as like an autoimmune situation, and if your immune system is dampened from lack of sleep and stress and all that kind of stuff, like it might pop up as some weird symptom like a palsy, or maybe he had some reaction to something else, who knows. Who's a good narrator? Not you. You're about to quit. Let me listen to you again. We've listened to you before, right? Giving you some good feedback. Let me know if you guys can hear it.
I intercepted a kidnapping during a delivery. I deliver pizza and I've been having a really busy night, nonstop, back and forth, without any time to even pause and take a leak. I'd been so busy that I wasn't really thinking about bathroom breaks, but we're also going through a bit of a heat wave in our area, so I've been drinking copious amounts of water. All of a sudden, as I was driving to this particular delivery, the urge to go hit me. Like things went from 0 to 60 in an instant. Thankfully, I was close to the customer, so I could get this one over with quickly. Or so I thought. I pulled up to the house, and it was an area I'd delivered in before, so I could immediately see that
Lyme's
something
disease.
wasn't right. All the lights were off.
Squeezing
in the house,
lime on
not
everything.
even the glow of a television or anything. It was extra apparent because the
What's my Insta? Yeah, it's let's read.official. But yeah, that was Crypt Reader. Go subscribe to him. He's in chat. Done ambulance stories. I've done like first responder stuff, things of that nature. But like straight EMS would be pretty good. There is a little bit of like echo, I would say, in your voice, like in the. Oh wait, hold on a second.
At all. The block was dead quiet. This is a big university area, and obviously.
Oh, that's what it would be. You just need some background. You need some like chill, like Iron Cthulhu Apocalypse, like, you know, dark ambient music in the background, and I think that would kind of like kill any sort of like echo that you have with your surroundings. There's also some stuff you can do in Audacity that's free to make it sound better. But yeah, it just needs some ambiance, you know what I mean? Because I don't think you have an animation, voice, yeah, no music. Just need some music. And, you know, yeah, everybody can get a better mic eventually, something that can more isolate to your voice. But obviously you don't want to, like, invest in that yet if it's not, like, giving you a return, even though you can invest at some point for sure. Because obviously that's going to be very important for narration, etc. But in a weird way, yeah. I mean, some people can have, like, an ASMR effect that's beneficial, but music does really take... Your mic is pretty dope, the MKH416. Oh, wow. That one's like... Isn't that like above the MKH? That's like above the Neumann, isn't it? Like even better, or like one of the standards. Yeah, dude, that's like $1,000. Damn. Huh. The shotgun, that's the shotgun mic, right? Where it's like a little... Those are interesting. But yeah, I mean, as we said before, yeah, your thumbnail work needs something, you know. You can use, and not to like, obviously you can hire artists too, but I mean, because we live in the time of like AI, if you could like get decent at making like thumbnails, and you can just use AI art if it's cheaper, since you don't have like a bunch of subscribers to go be paying somebody top quality for it. Or right, yeah, this one, The Almost Man, that one's a good thumbnail. You just need stuff like that, you know, for your other stuff to kind of capture people's attention. Just something to get them to fucking click, you know. That's all you really need before you can, like, take off. Been attending acting workshops. That's awesome. Yeah, and all, you know, be sure to understand that, like, YouTube is something that you're doing, but like always look for other opportunities as well, whether you want to like work on video essays or do editing for somebody or get into voice acting or commercials. You know, like, don't always throw all your eggs into one basket, because you really never know where you're going to find your home that, like, you know, puts pizza in your belly. You know what I mean? Because that's essentially the end goal, hopefully, for most. I remember how, as I reached the doorway, he tried to drag me through it, but I made it very hard on him by blindly kicking and throwing punches, anything to try and get him in the gonads or scratch his eyes out. But then, after making contact with at least one of my swings, I have a gap in my memory, presumably from where the guy hit me so hard that I fell unconscious for a minute or two. And my last memory of trying to fight him off of me was as we reached the door. But then the next I remember, I was on the bedroom floor, and he was dragging me towards the bathroom that stank of mold and rotten God knows what. There was this pain in my neck when I woke up, and I remember having this deep fear that if I tried to twist my way up so I could bite him, that he might tug on my hair hard enough to break my neck. I was more terrified that Is this what you do, Let's Read? Do you put your eggs in different baskets? I mean, I guess that my eggs are in... YouTube is definitely a big egg. My podcast is a very big egg. Like the podcast audio side of things. I don't really make any money from any other social media stuff. Like, I make fractional money on Patreon compared to this, and, you know, like even more fraction of that on like merch sales. Though I do hope to do like a big merch push here at some point with some new stuff. And then obviously just like personal investments and whatever the fuck else. But I oftentimes think like, oh, how can I expand to other things? But if you guys ever have any ideas, you know, always happy to like give them some thought. Maybe we should go that route instead. I'm trying to go the voice acting route a bit if I'm actually the one in the, as if I'm the one in the stories. Yeah, for sure. And, you know, sometimes I think the best thing to do if you want to be a certain way, it's to like listen to a certain way, and then eventually you'll just sort of like pick up the cadence of that person. Maybe you'll try to sound like them just subconsciously, that kind of thing. But yeah, you could try like an ASMR channel as well. I don't know exactly how well those are doing in the modern sense because I don't really keep up with that community, but definitely easy content to do. You just turn your mic receptor up a little bit and fucking eat a fucking cheeseburger. And only dudes, yeah. Yeah, you have lots of options. You got compliments for my hoodies? Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys ever buy any hoodies, be sure to tag me on social media in it so I can share it. It's always fun. Thank you. Yeah, I try to do a little ASMR vibe. First person storytelling, but like Mr. Nightmare, but with acting. I don't know. Where can you buy Joel's hoodie? So there's like a store shop. There's like a shop on like every video. It's basically in the link of every description as well. It's shop.spreadshirt.com/ or no, sorry, let's read.myspreadshop.com. I forgot they changed it. But I think that link, the other link I mentioned, still works. Yeah, Fry, thank you for linking that. There's some cool stuff on there. Don't feel like you have to buy anything, but definitely check it out. And if you have any ideas for merch ideas, let me know. Found a weird-ass rap channel called Crypt, and it's really bad. It's embarrassingly bad. It's alright. We all start somewhere. Some of us read brony fan fiction. Certainly couldn't be me. Can't believe a woman actually got a tattoo in your honor. Yeah, dude, that was nuts. Like, someone actually got... And it was like the most niche thing, too. It was like the Valentine's Day merch art as their tattoo. And I was like, holy shit. I think that was about the only person I know that's ever gotten like a Let's Read tattoo. But when that happened, I was like, I guess we made it, baby. Am I in the USA? Yep. Yepper. Make shirts and jackets with memes of classic lines from some of the stories that you've read. Like, if you took the top 20 or 20 most listened to or talked about stories and the best lines and quotes. Yeah, I guess like noped out of there is definitely something that could be quotable on a shirt. I noped out of there. Because it's kind of cringe at this point, but I guess that's like sort of meta irony or meta humor. Marin is a Skibbity Sigma. Did you know that Skibbity is actually a slur now? The ADL just changed it, so anybody who says Skibbity or Sigma is going to jail forever. I was more terrified than I've ever been in my entire life. I had no idea what was happening. But the one thing I did know is that if he managed to get me into that bathroom, it was all ogre for me. I remember rolling over and how it made my scalp burn with pain from all the hair that got ripped out, but it allowed me to kind of wheel around and grab the guy's wrists. He obviously thought that I was unconscious still, so when I suddenly started moving, it took him totally by surprise, and I was able to sink my teeth in the skin of his wrist until I saw his fingers open and felt my hair come loose from his grip. I tried to run, but he grabbed me again, only that time I just remember sort of launching myself at his face. He was trying to pin my arms by my sides by wrapping his own around me, but I raised them too early for him to get them and just started digging my fingernails into his eyes. It was so horrible because I could feel the bare flesh of his eyeballs giving way under my nails, and it really makes me shudder to think about now. But at the time, all I could think about was doing as much damage as possible. And it worked. He screamed so loud that it hurt my ears, and then he suddenly shoved me off of him so hard that I went tumbling to the floor. I felt so dizzy, struggling to find my feet, but it didn't matter, because the man intent on ending my life and God knows what else.
Fuck. I freaking squeaked. God damn it. This is my real voice. I can't be squeaking like this.
I need my shingles vaccine. Shingles vaccine. Shingles vaccine. Like to prevent shingles? Because if you got like, what's it called? Or does it just like mitigate the herpes zoster virus? Because it's from chicken pox or whatever when you're little, but then it becomes dormant and becomes shingles later in life when your immune system is suppressed or whatever. But really, there's a shingles? Why do I not know that? I just feel like it would be useless later in life, wouldn't it? If you've already been exposed to chicken pox now, I mean, I don't know. Can't get shingles if you never had the pox. I get inspired listening to Joel here. I have a lot of work to do, but I try to swing by when I have free time. No worries, I appreciate you being here. It's good to have. Say skivity with a hard B. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shit. I hear Skiffity and Sigma from the Waco Rehabilitation Center for Animals, Wild Animals. Just a rehabilitation center. Skibbity! Skibbity toilet! Let me out of here! Let me the fuck out of here! What the heck is a hard B? Hey, don't ask me. It's just the ADL. They tell you what to say and when to say it. I don't ask questions. Just got COVID and flu shots. I'm still messed up from them 2 days later. Yeah. A similar story to this about the guy that had his eyeball ripped out by the girl who was molesting. She called the cops on him and he was in the squad car holding his eyeball. Oh my god. It's gross. Have you ever read a story so crazy you almost call BS? Oh yeah, all the time. I mean, some of these are pretty wild. The brain rot speech of Senator from Australia. What did he say? Is it funny? Took your advice to look into Let's Not Meet stories instead of No Sleep. Yeah, those are the true scary stories or whatever. No Sleep is obviously more creepypasta, but whatever's less of a headache, and then obviously you can get, hopefully at a certain point, get enough people to send in stories to you. I felt so dizzy that I struggled to find my feet, but it didn't matter because the man intent on ending my life, and God knows what else before that, was in such pain from me scratching his eyes that he couldn't see. He was covering them with both of his hands, screaming terrible, terrible, terrible things at me. But I listened to all of that as I was running towards the front door, knowing that there was no chance of him catching up to me. I remember coming on... Man, that vision is like blurry. I remember coming out into the street outside and walking down the metal stairs which led up to the unit. To the unit really fast? What the fuck? Having to rewrite stories submitted, they seem to have a flow. I have someone edit them a little bit, usually, but some of them kind of skip through the cracks or whatever. But usually my flow is kind of like my own flow. So like if a story feels like I'm saying like and or but, you know, like I'll sometimes add those in there just to make sure that the sentence structures kind of like sound audibly flowy, I guess. So a lot of stories in some weird way sound like I give them my own sort of flair, I guess, or my own style of narration. Pretty based, no cap. Check it out. Senator delivers brain rot speech in Parliament. Yeah, but I don't really want to bring up like a fucking political speech. I mean, I guess I could. You could tell me what it's about, and I could be like, yep, that sounds about like a thing someone would say. I remember coming out into the street outside and walking down the metal stairs which led up to the unit really fast, and then some woman saw me as she was walking past and was like, "Oh my God, are you okay?" I had a cut on my face from where he'd hit me. I'm guessing that was the blow that knocked me out too, and it had been pouring blood down me without me realizing. Then, when I saw just how much blood there was, I was terrified that he might have stabbed me or something, So I unzipped my jacket and started looking for stab wounds while saying to the woman to call the police. Call the police. More and more people came over because the way I looked and the way I was shouting was obviously attracting a lot of attention. I kept pointing to the door that I went through and came out saying, he's in there, because I felt my legs getting weak and I honestly thought that I was about to pass out from the bleeding. Then if I passed out, I didn't know if I'd wake up again. Obviously that was all just the terror talking, and despite all the blood, I didn't even need stitches after being taken to the hospital. But in the moment, I was the most scared that I'd ever been in my life, and convinced the guy had done way more damage to me. The police managed to track down this guy that had attacked me, and he ended up getting... The guy that has done a skybity rewrite of Skyrim with brain rot. It's hilarious. Nice, dude. Yeah, don't they just call brain rot? Didn't that used to be YouTube poop? Isn't that what brain rot is now? Or is brain rot just kind of expand to like anything that's silly? Did you see the girl talking about the government? I think she was in court talking about the Gen Z way, like slangs, etc. I did not know. Teaching those old fogies all about skibbity jibbity. She was just talking about, oh, okay. Oh, that's funny. Talking about, nice. When's the next collab? I don't know. Drain Bramage. It is funny, like my buddy's daughter was like, show me, essentially it was just like skibbity brain rot stuff on YouTube. And we're just sitting there at dinner just watching the fucking like dumbest shit you could ever imagine. Just I don't even know what it would even be. It's just like clips from different cartoons or clips from like Coco Melon, but like when it happens, like when she falls over, she like falls like they make like a or something, and then just like skibbity noises and like it's like every fucking like couple of seconds it's like another meme is like thrown in there with like hyper idiot editing stuff. And I'm just I even said to her, I'm like, you know this is brain rot, right? And she's like, I don't care. And I'm like, I guess that's true. It is I'm kind of enjoying it, to be honest. Politics this year is so messed up. Freaking carnival circus, all parties, everyone's all circus. Yeah, and that's why sometimes it feels like, is this all planned? This sort of like hyper left versus right divide, and like kind of conditioning everyone's mind to think that there's more of a divide between us than there actually is, so that whenever like some sort of manufactured event of catastrophic proportions happens, like people are more prepared to just sort of fall in line into their like specific camps of left versus right or whatever nonsense they associate with. I don't know. It's stupid. We live in a stimulation. Hey, what's up, Audrey? Locked in the Matrix. Yeah, I don't know. Everybody always says the Matrix, but the Matrix is the same concept as being stuck in a book, or it's the same concept of like there being a god, you know, or like a spiritual realm. It's just a different way to describe it, I guess. We certainly do live in a society. The police managed to track down this man that had attacked me, and he ended up getting a prison sentence of 6 years. I think if the jury were able to see into his head and got a glimpse of what he had in store for me, he'd have gotten much, much longer. But sadly, that's not how the law works here, and as much as I... But sadly, that's not how the law works here, and as much as I have my own trauma as a result of what had happened, my worst fear is that he'll get his chance to do it again, sooner rather than later. They didn't do that during the pandemic. The government had no control whatsoever. I wouldn't say they didn't have control, but I definitely will say that, like, with Trump, a lot of our brains leading up to the pandemic era were conditioned very heavily to, like, a hyper left versus right paradigm. You know what I mean? Where, like, everybody, it's like, if you were on the left, everything Trump said, you have to believe the complete opposite, you know, based on whatever the media was saying. And then whatever the media was saying, the opposite side had to, like, you know. So it was a very contrarian sort of approach to each side, where it was like the identity was connected, and therefore you kind of got galvanized into one side or the other. And so everyone's brains were very conditioned to that left and right versus, you know, left versus right divide, so that whenever, like, the whole pandemic process, like, finally, like, underwent, everybody's, like, head was already, like, in the, you know, our response to it was very, like, divided. And to me, that just feels, well, I guess retrospectively, it just feels like I don't think we would have responded as insane or as, like, disunified, I suppose, in, like, various camps and approaches, where one was, like, more extreme into it versus another that was, like, nothing to it. You know, it's just, if there wasn't already our minds conditioned to that sort of division. And that's what frustrates me, is that it's continuing. You know what I mean? Like, the, you know, almost viewing the country like we're not all part of the same sort of entity, I guess. Not that we have to be, like, part of, like, some hive mind or anything, but we're still operating under the same sort of constitutional republic or whatever, at least in the United States. And I don't want to see that, like, broken up, you know what I mean? I don't want to see everyone sort of constantly existing in, like, like a constant reactionary state to each other all the time. And I think really the only way to fight against that, per se, is to just not give in to the negative energy. You know, when you see something ridiculous that you disagree with, like, just, I don't know, give it the, whatever, okay. You're nuts. I'm not going to sit here and try to fix you, you know, or whatever. I don't know. You love how you divide my stories with a chime. Yeah, it does kind of, like, help to just keep track of everything. And I don't know, like, I listen to, like, people who do stories, and even though my, like, way of, it's so nuanced and stupid, but it's like ending the story where I'm like, do. It, like, lets you know that it's over, and it might annoy some people, but when I hear other people just kind of, like, the chance to do it again sooner rather than later, and then it's just over, it just feels so abrupt and strange. It doesn't feel very, like, cinematic at all. All right, let's read the outro. You guys gotta think of something funny for me to say ya. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over to my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks offered for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, don't talk to the police, ever. Should I eat another pickle before we go? Yeah, you already knew the answer to that shit, motherfucker. Oh, so good. Salty, crispy, no fucking calories. Oh, God. Cop stops me. Pickle lover? Question mark. A drama mama. Show me your hands. Drop the pickle. Never! And they just blow my head up. When there's a sniper. Did you ever heard of Clancy Pasta? Small, creepy, short stories podcast that deserves more attention, you guys. Yeah, I've heard of Clancy. I think he used to come into the streams or comment on old videos and stuff. Yeah, pockets just filled with pickles. Every night I go like submerge myself into a sensory deprivation chamber that's just filled with pickles and juice. English or Spanish? English. The cucumber villain video in Penguins? No. Alright. I guess we gotta get the fuck out of here. It's been 4.5 hours. Gotta go jerk off. No, I'm just kidding. Guys, thanks for being so sweet to Joe Biden these past 4 years. He just really appreciates all of your support. But 4 hours of sledging. But yeah, I will get this up and edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 over there for early squeak squess. If that was a little mouse, it'd be squeak squess. And yeah, then it'll be up on YouTube at 9 p.m. every Monday and Thursday. But I will be back streaming with special guest Bo Jiden this Wednesday. So be sure to follow me on Twitter, which is @LesReed, @LesReed, and then on Instagram, which is @LesReed.official. Okay, I guess I'll see you like on the next one or something. Bye-bye.